Hola. Hey there, American. How you doing? That's you gay. Trying to make some room in my bowl here. I got some I want to try out. Hey Daniel, how you doing? I want to listen to Gilgamesh again tonight. That's some really purple stuff. Cool. DK, I could get some mail out myself Monday. Made a couple pipes that need to go out this weekend. Or Monday. That black. Well, it's pretty purpley. Hey, Mr. B, how you doing? Yeah, I was talking to your buddy over there with the globe. Where's Wally? I don't think he's seen the moon flip. He's been so busy debunking flat earthers, he missed it. Because I was over there on his page, fucking arguing with one of the typical trolls too. And fucking homie's like, well, I think you might like my field rotation series. So I went over there and I looked at it and I was like, yeah, I actually do. He did it right, but that's not what the fucking moon's doing anymore. So I told him they're on his field rotation page. I was like, guy, what's funny? You did that right. Globe's still round, but we tilted, man. You need to watch the moon from rise to set. I think he might, because he didn't respond. And he seems like a smart enough guy not to respond until he fucking looks. Especially if he got somebody like myself over there screaming, we live on a fucking globe. I drove the fucking Texas around the globe. I love your globe. You know what I mean? He knows I ain't no fucking flat tard. I'm trying to help him out. Hi, Peter. Yeah, I think he may, Mr. B. I hope he sees it and then fucking makes a globe model. That would be great. Sitting here turned on its side. Look what the moon's doing. That's the only one he's missing. Doing good. How are you, Chad? Hey, I'm Chad. We got your bishops done last night, but I got one of them sitting in the kiln to cook because look what I wanted this to show up, and I didn't know if it would show up as good, but I got the other one baking in there today, so the red will show up on him like it did this guy. I was like, oh yeah, I think I need to recook this guy and see if I can't get the red to stand out because that looks sharp. What's up, Polly? How you doing, huh? Damn spell check. Don't worry, we know it's not duck, Chad. We're kind of used to this spell check shit. Well, I got fucking purple weed so purple it scared me. I was like, breathe, baby. Yeah, shit, it's fucking purple in there. Mom is definitely mom, every time I fall asleep, mom takes her damn dress off, starts dancing around. Like I wake up. I tried to take a nap today. Miss Patches wasn't having it. She was barking at every fucking thing. Ugh. Yeah, she still got her red dress on out there dancing it up. She's having a good time at the disco. Gorilla cookies, nice. I'm not even sure what that is. I think it's well here. Let me see what it is. Aurora borealis, some kind of grape salt. Anyway, yeah, I want to make that flat tonight. The other one's going to bake tonight. Get its color in. Um, might make another couple of these bubblers. Get the eyes of Ra, Horus on his own. Yeah, 1748 hertz. Pow! Someone in ancient times will find it and be like, oh shit. Omnipresence. My moon won't even rise here for another 4 hours, I suppose. Great cotton kitten. That sounds like freaking some delicious stuff there, Mike. Hi, Ramon. How you doing? Greasy monkey. They got some fucked up names for some fucking weed nowadays, don't they? Greasy monkey. Yeah, anything with that cotton candy in it, pretty damn good. Especially if it's grape. So that shit chokes me up pretty good. Oof. We'll start out with another glass of beer glass. Get a beer glass made and maybe another bubbler or two tonight. Hand pipe. We'll see. We shall see. Make some of these, some of the plain ones. Yeah. Went to go order glass today and I forgot it was Saturday. Hi, Gypsy. You don't see much of that anymore, though, do you, Mike? I got orange sugar. That's $15 a gram. I was like, what? I'll take one. Then I had one left. Lucky me. I like my yummy, yummy fruit salad. Hi, Daniel. Oh, I saw you earlier. Hi, Daniel. What did this one do now? I just looked at it. She's been doing that all day. Well, I might want to look first. She might be doing a new trick. Yeah, yeah, just a little more than yesterday. Ain't nothing to worry about. It's gonna get worse. I bet you it gets a lot worse. Tomorrow it'll just be a little bit worse. Oh my god. That is fucking delicious. We're in a Oz first. Yeah, she's had her little red dress on at the disco club all day, fucking dancing around shit. But yeah, we're at that point where there's magnet push on the front and the back, and there ain't nowhere to go. We're gonna get more and more every day at this point, just a little bit. You just seen her when I laid down to sleep last night. That shit damn near went away. I was like, that looks exciting. Pokey shield to pull up. Hmm. To figure out how to make a pokey shield with sword. My kid wants one for his graduation outfit. No tsunami. That's always a good situation. I think I got lucky. Maybe all that shelf fell down the first tsunami. Maybe that's why it was so big. I don't know. I'm just glad they didn't. Shit's scary when you see a big fucking quake right there on the edge like that. That's that's how that's how we have tsunamis. Which rocket? There's. I thought their space station already fell. It ain't fell yet. Ain't knocked that damn thing down yet. They had a space station that was degrading orbit a couple years ago. I don't know if that's the same one you're talking about. It's a beautiful day here too. I want to drive it around. What's that? Wood? Pine wood? Wouldn't doubt it. Have you seen the trees? What's up, John? How you doing, man? That one a few years ago already came down. So they got another one falling down then, huh? Thank you, Peter. I wasn't sure. I thought it had. I was like, that damn thing's been flying around up there for a while, be falling down just now or some shit. John's going to bed. Yeah, ELO was quite the band, man. It was more like an orchestra, huh? Oh my goodness. What the fuck? I had one of their albums. Something or other arrows. I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. Good fucking jams though. Yeah, you think? Yeah. Hollow trees, burnt fucking wood. It's pretty weird, huh? Hi, Ann. How are you? We're going to be listening to it from the beginning tonight. It's called The Epic of Gilgamesh. I've heard that story a few times myself, but I've never heard this full version of it. And I'm wondering if there's an older version, if this is the fullest version. So I'm going to have to go on a little bit of a trek myself and look for that information. But yeah, I found it extremely interesting myself. Hey there, citizen. How are you? Sick? How you doing? Burned the inside blue, huh? Wow. Oh, you bet. Hey, anything I can do to get that information out there because this is some pretty important information that we figure out all this shit because fuck man, I didn't know about it, and I'm just finding out. There's all this cuneiform shit. I we've been lied to like motherfuckers, man. It's like, it has been lying to us since fucking a long time before I was born. So I find that there's an awful lot of shit to dig through. I appreciate all the help I can get. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I've seen that too, bro. And I totally agree. It could be. It could be. I wasn't there. But I do know this. You can see we're moving them things for 'em. We scared the fuck out of them people. No. If we poured most of the inside, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Because they would have plenty of fucking slurry. And that's basically what all you need. Rock slurry, digging for gold. you know? That's like that footprint that's like standing up about this tall. That looks like slurry to me. Just frozen place. Over and over. Yeah, yeah. They keep doing this every time we have a problem. And with these suns coming back, and it resets us, not in a nice way, not the way we're fixing to have a reset. But I mean, like they make it worse. Sitting there listening to Gilgamesh last night. Excuse me. Everything's in full bloom. Dandelions are going nuts. My nose won't stop. Fucking Gilgamesh last night. Sitting there listening. There's an awful lot more to this fucking flood story with Ishkapikin and fucking. Because yeah, I mean, he's sitting there talking about fuck you, Enlil. You don't get none of my fucking offerings. You cocksucker. You made this shit happen. I'm all like, that's Noah. You're on a God talking about you made this shit happen, motherfucker. You don't get none of my offerings. This is for every other God but Enlil, he said. I was like, oh. Let me tell you a little something. The Lost Book of Inky is Inky's version of it. I just heard a human's version of it. And Noah sounded an awful lot like a upset motherfucking human. Than a worshiping motherfucker. And where'd they take him? Where'd they take him to be eternal? Up to heaven? They didn't say something like that. They took him to a different land here somewhere. Me and Noah got to meet up. Fucking A, man. Motherfucker, I want to hear this shit. I done heard enough last night. I was like, okay, I get it. So that flood, the one that was so bad, that was contrived. And I've been reading from where the Aboriginals and the Dogon tribes got these legends where he was moving the moon around, threatened us with it, and caused fucking travesties because we wouldn't fucking worship him right and shit. Caused the fucking flood. Now I'm hearing it from Noah. I'm all like, motherfuckers, man. So no wonder we've only had one big flood. They said it was the fucking ice cap that broke off. Well, how the hell did that ice cap break off? You moving the moon around, motherfuckers? Just shit, man. I'd like to know. Yeah, that's awful hard granted, Daniel. I gotta agree. But if you had bonding agent, you could make it harder. Like those crystals that grow in the Roman concrete and make their concrete harder over time. Over the eons, it gets harder and harder and harder. Yeah, I could see that. I really could. I don't know because it looks like natural rock, especially if it's made out of natural rock, just crushed up. It's put back together the same way it was put together in the first place. It's mushed and frozen in time. I could, jeez, couldn't believe old Lee. Hi, Lee. He and Robert are my biggest fans. You know that, right? You can tell. Lee loves my show. I couldn't believe that shit. I finally had enough. I was like, I'm going to go look for Lee's video of 1700 because I knew he had it in there. He was claiming it as his work. That me and John gave him his 1748 hertz. He ran with it. You know, fuck, man. I'd watched him do enough of that fucking shit underwater. I'm like, Lee needs a copy of this so he knows what he's on to. And he did. He put it up as a video, and he didn't mention John or me or nothing in it. He pulled a what? Oh shit! A Ken Wheeler on us. I remembered that because I was like, look at this shit. He just put a Ken Wheeler on us. Because he's always like, you can use my work as long as you tell people who did it. We always have. Always have. He never does. That's the funny thing. I haven't brought that up because it's unimportant, but that's 1748 hertz, motherfucker. I can't believe it. He attacked omnipresence and fucking Schumann frequency. If he'd attack anything else, I wouldn't give a fuck, man. That's the two most important things we discovered. He knows that one is fucking true. The 1748 hertz, and the other one, I don't know what the fuck his problem is. Yeah, dude. Anyway, fucking crazy world, man. Crazy world we live in. We need to we need to stop that. Check my killing temp. Switch over plugs. That's to say the kiln is it's cool, but it's warming up already. 1180. Very good. About 1200 inside. That's where I want it. Man, I really like the way that fucking red came out on this bird. I'm hoping that other one comes out. It's nice. It should. It's in there all night. It's gonna be in there all night long. That red, it just shows up really nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Well, I like it on the bird, on the red too, but I mean, look, the contrast is even more on the blue one, I think, than the red, because the red's dark anyway. But I really like that. It shows up good, but I like the red on the blue. It looks really sharp. I like cobalt. It's a pretty color. Well, if I need correcting, I need correcting because I mean, look at this information. It's pretty fucking intense. I'd hate to be wrong. I really would. You know me. I don't put out shit unless I've looked at it really hard. I don't know where in the hell they're coming off with all this stupid. I mean, if you was going to try, you should try harder. That's all I'm saying. That's putting up little things. Oh, he's Satan. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the best you got, Lee. That's the best you got. I'm a liar. You can't find nothing. You can't find nothing on your pitiful fucking searches. That's why you weren't a senator's investigator. I said 1748 hertz CERN. Kept that shit simple, right? Boom. It's all over the damn place. I was like, Every damn CERN article I read had for fourth 1748 hertz results. I don't know what to even say about that. Fucking amazing. I Daniel, I don't. He may be, but I don't think that's the problem. Lee and I used to talk. Lee and John used to talk. Lee used to never be this way to women. Ever be that way to women. Ever. He was just, he used to never be like that with women. And they ain't put a dick online. I don't, I didn't know where to go, Dan. He's Daza, my doppelganger, Eric Briggs, uh, fucking Derek Bros, all over there on his page before he did this. I gotta tell you, it took me a while to accept it, but I'm pretty sure Lee got bought out. I have hope for him, for God's sake. I've sent thousands of people to him to learn how to read a hieroglyph in 20 minutes. I was like, you just go, yeah, you ain't no sorry. Don't be sorry, man. Just fucking, I do too. But it's blatant at this point that he's just making shit up. And it's, it's sad. Uh, I hope he might stop and actually look a little deeper into what we've discovered and decide in his heart that that shit ain't right. It's about the only hope I got. Anybody. Because I ain't out here to preach to you about no God. I've we've got proof there's a creator in every atom, and he actually helped bring that together with his fucking magnets in his water. It's where I saw it first. I was like, holy shit, look at this fucking pattern. And then he did it on like 3 or 4 different magnets, and then he did that one, which was a totally different magnet. All the magnets he's ever thrown in water have 1748 hertz coming right out of them in that same fucking pattern. Give a fuck what the size or he's had all kinds of. You see his shit. Well, I don't know if you have or not, but he's got all kinds of shit in water. He's throwing fucking magnets in there and dropping that shit in there with his blinds to give you. I don't even know what he was trying to do. He was trying to show you the field, I think, coming through there because that's what it showed. It sure as hell showed it at 1748 hertz, and that helped me figure out. Oh my god! Wait a minute. They're showing torrid fields in all these atoms. We've got 1748 hertz in our fucking magnet, and here Lee's got these, and every magnet I'm looking at has 1748 hertz in it. I don't even know what to tell you, but he knew it. So yeah, and he just started this shit since I said something about him taking down. I was pissed. I went over here. I hadn't been over there probably in 6 months, and after I'd been fighting with Gaza and fucking dickhead, my doppelganger, went over there. He had cold moonlight going on. I was like, then I looked. I took a look, and I was like, half his fucking content's gone too. On my fucking, I was sending people to the playlist, but he manipulated that playlist. Half that shit's gone too. He come out and start screaming. YouTube did it. I was like, is it? I see you, Chad. Not much change here. That's a pretty cool new pattern she's got going on, though. I don't know what that. I, I, wait a minute. Whoa, I see what's weird about that. Oh my God! What? Really? All right. That's new. Are you looking at that? She got field lines all out like this, and then they come out like that, and then they're fucking IMF lines. And I'm all like, well, that's a nifty new trick. Hey, Phil, how you doing? Yeah, Chet, I always like fucking working models so you can see if you're right, you know? Hey, Kush. If you can't find something that works off the principle you're looking for, then especially here on YouTube, motherfuckers are too bored with their time. And the thing is, a lot of these things have already been established. Magnets have been around for a while. Motherfuckers been playing with this shit for a long time. And we got the magnet properties down pretty damn good. But I don't know, man. I didn't have too hard of a time finding things to work like a magnet. The healing tone, yeah. And then there's the calming tones, 583 or some shit like that. It's a cat's purr. I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. Naval or pleasure point. Yeah, I'm finding out a lot. I see you're finding out a lot about fucking human biology and frequencies too. It's fucking weird. Fucking weird shit. What's up, no? And Earth has a lot to do with all that shit. That's She's got frequencies up there in the actual, you know, atmosphere out there bouncing around that correlate with all kinds of our nervous responses and shit. I, I was focused on the Schumann because I thought that was the most interesting. And then Lee kind of clued me in to the fact that there's like six of them up there because he couldn't find the one I was looking at. I was like, well, what the hell's he looking at? I started looking at what he's looking at. And they ain't Schumann resonance, but they're the same thing. They're trapped resonances in the atmosphere. I was like, well, that's fucking crazy. There's different causes for them, and they're different frequencies, and they happen to correlate with different emotion centers in our body, in our brain, and our brain waves and shit. I was like, well, there you go, man. That's even further confirmation is 7.83 hertz. If it's more than a half a hertz out, it's not correlating with your brain and you're having problems. If there's six other ones up there doing the same fucking thing, why would the 7.83 hertz be different? That's that's just blatant, like making shit up to just I don't even know. This is making shit up. So like I said, I ain't in his head, but I got a pretty good idea why he's doing it. Look, he said he'd take back narcissists. The first thing come out of his fucking mouth if I could provide that fucking perpetual motion machine. He ain't done nothing but call me even worse and narcissist on steroids since. That man ain't got a bit of honor. It ain't about taking back calling me a narcissist. You know what I'd like him to do is just start fucking giving the truth. That'd be neat. But he seems more bent on showing his ass than anything. Because he ain't proving me wrong about nothing. He just keeps digging up more information that helps. I used that search term off of his words, and then an answer came up that led us to understanding how we're feeling the other fields. So without him doing that, I wouldn't have found out that information. So I kind of hope he keeps it up. I wonder what else he's going to turn up for us. Oh shit! I hope he's at least learning something. I don't know. See people over there all the time talk about go Lee. You give that guy shit. And I'm like, man, hey, these people probably don't even know who the hell he's talking about. Looking at half of them, he met them at church. Hey there, lady, how you doing? He is obsessed. Obviously, he's fucking centered on me. I like, all right, convinced I'm Satan. Well, Daniel, he was never like that before. He was never like that before with women. I would have never sent anybody to him. He was always, fairly nice to people in his chat. He just started that when he started this shit with me. I can't help but come to one conclusion: that motherfucker's been purchased. I know I am horrible. I'm like I said, I got to watch him. I didn't go looking for the other ones. I knew where the one I wanted was, but I don't even know if he's got those on there or not. The ones where he was doing those before we gave him that movie screen. Told him, here, look, dude. So I don't know. His thoughts ain't. I don't. I don't believe in magical thoughts either, Daniel. I really don't. It makes sense if I'm a magnet, though. And we got a wise creator that I wasn't told about. It kind of seems like magic. I'm gonna roll with it. you know, it's good. It's good. It's all good. But it's kind of crazy. You got to look at your physics. And I figured he would have a really easy time with it, but obviously not. Get behind me, Satan. I know. I figured he'd have an easy time with it, and he was rolling with it there for a while. But like I said, man, my doppelganger showed up over there first and brought the rest of the crew, and he changed his whole persona and everything. That's why I've been telling people you might want to go over check out John at Homebrewed and learn. He's got physics over there. I got physics over here. Physics over everywhere. That you go look for your Ferrocell. A lot of people got them now. you know. And I was looking at Ken Wheeler before I ever looked at Lee. The only reason I started directing people to Lee is because I had found that airplane and I thought it was a very simple. I was like, oh my God, without question, look at the wings. Then go watch Lee draw his little fucking halo. and start reading hieroglyphs in about 20 minutes. You know what I mean? I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, he run that. Fuck him, man. We'll get that. It's physics, and you get the same wave from a physics lab. You know, you go look at it. And they got compression waves, and it causes a fucking ring to come back around. Just like any punch through anything, you know what I mean? It's got drag. That's what that whole thing is. Drag. You've been having magical thoughts. Uh-oh. Are you shaving your legs, Chad? Oh my god. Yeah, magical thoughts. His name's Eric Briggs. Truly, actually. He happens to work as an astronomer for a company that does the Globe Theater things. The IMAX, and found out one day that he was telling his employer and employees I was harassing him online, and I made it very clear that that wasn't going on, and they made it very clear that we would never hear from their employee again. They couldn't believe their employee was out there telling people it was normal for the moon to wax and wane. As their astronomer, they couldn't let that get out because that's what they do. So he's been quiet, and so has Daza for about 5 months as a result of them going around following people around, not only here, but stalking them online, going to political pages with them, kind of stalking while they're trying to talk to their fucking political peoples. There they are, fucking on that page, fucking stalking them online. That's who my doppelganger. He's creepy. It's extremely bizarre, especially when he turns up with Dazzle the cameraman. Because cops in New Zealand say he's Five Eyes. They don't even know how to spell his name right. uh, you want to talk about fucking freaking me out, dude? This guy shows up on my Facebook page way before I started making videos. Named Eric Briggs, fucking with me with Dazzle. I thought it was Dazzle because the way he was talking. He really exists. He bugged me for so long, I had to look him up. He bugged my friends and fucking viewers. I mean, hundreds of people over the years. So much that I had to contact his fucking work when I found out what he did. I was like, oh my God, it couldn't be better than this. He's an astronomer for fucking IMAX theater producing. I was like, I wonder how your customers would like to know that your astronomers out here in the world telling people it's normal for the moon to roll wax to wane every night. It's been quiet from that corner for a while. CEO of No, the Moon is not doing cartwheels at night. Yes, sir, and all. I swear to God, that's his MO. That's his MO. He has that on his about page. Thank you, doll. That's the guy. And then he makes videos on his page. And I was like, damn, he puts an awful lot of fucking time into this shit. Well, that's what he does. I'm all like, oh, Jesus. They do, Chad. And I finally figured out that, yeah, I didn't know that was going on. I thought they were just fucking fucknecks. And then Eric Briggs pulls out here, and that just sent fucking. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Who in the hell's making up a fucking a me? You know? Oh, it's been years of insanity. It really has. I was freaking out. I made a video. It's like this motherfucker's really named Eric Briggs. Yeah, I like turning on a lecture. Like I said, I've listened to a lot of the cuneiform out of like Irving Finkel, out of the Met Museum and shit. Read to me instead of the Sitchin stuff. I just started finding this Sitchin stuff, and this Gilgamesh, like I said, this is a different one. This boy, I was like, damn. Last night, I'd never heard this version. I knew the Enkidu story and all that. I did not know he went and talked to Noah. Oh, Ishka picking. Ishka picking. You know, it makes you fucking scratch your head because we got a Department of Homeland Security astronomy professor out here at the junior college because we've got the only fucking observatory in a million miles right here. And if you look up the guy that's actually the astronomy professor out here, he's Department at Homeland Security for 7 years before he came here. He's not an astronomy professor. We live in a 6,000 person town, less than 6,000 person. Brian Forrester's a dick. He blocked my thumbnail on both accounts. He doesn't like people to see Raw in his full glory. Just saying. DTTV, Viper TV, none of those archaeology channels want to tell you about why my thumbnail looks like a conical hat with Dingley Cobra. Yeah, nah, you ain't gotta be sorry for mentioning. I'm just letting you know. I'm glad you did mention because Brian Forster can suck a Dingley Cobra. Just saying. I guess he doesn't want to know how to read what he's looking at in Egypt. And no, dead serious. I'm blocked on both accounts. I didn't even know it. He's never responded to me. He just blocked me. I was like, damn. And I checked because I noticed one day my shit wasn't there when I changed accounts, and I'm all like, no fucking way. This guy fucking blocked me. Viper TV blocked me too. All of them did. The DT TV, all of them. It was Viper I noticed first. I went back through all of them because they're all interconnected, kind of like Oppenheimer with everybody else around. Anyways, yeah, I was like, you're fucking kidding. I figured if I could get one of them to talk about it, they'd all start talking about it, right? No, they all blocked me. I was like, look, Ryan, no God, look, this is him and Iswal behind her. Bam, done. I'm like, oh, fuck me, really? Really? It's like that. Freaked me out. I was like, this is totally encompassing all aspects of fucking, yeah, all aspects of your media. I can't even express to you how much is fucking control. Maybe I should make a video. I have actually tagged Brian Forrester in a few of my recent videos with a fuck you, B. Not kidding. The Giza to Peru, pretty sure he's tagged in that one. The Dingley Cobra brand name. No, I make a comment. Say, see the thumbnail? Yeah, that is the IRA. He brought his conical hat and Dingley Cobra with him, so you wouldn't mistake it, even though it's behind Earth on NASA is his small satellites. Maybe that's why NASA says we tilted. Want to learn our old language? Because we knew we were brilliant. We knew when we saw these things, we'd know what we were writing. I've and now I make that comment a lot and have for a couple months all over the fucking internet. And yeah, it's the archaeology channels that have me blocked. You know, the news network ones that I go on. I'll go on all the news networks too, all the COVID announcements and shit. I'm not blocked on one of them. And I've met a lot of people through those comments on the news networks. More people see my shit on ABC fucking news than they do Brian Forrester because that motherfucker blocked me for showing people my thumbnail. Because I realized a while ago, it ain't the links I'm dropping. Those create arguments. That fucking thumbnail screams because all you gotta do is touch it and you're looking at it, a bigger picture of it. It's like, oh shit. Then you gotta look at it. Then you're reading hieroglyphs. And I don't hear from you for a while. If I was when I used to drop links, man, I'd have 40, 50 fucking arguing oh, you're fucking crazy. And I'm all like, so I just stopped. I realized the fucking power of the fucking thumbnail is great because I don't get comments back. I get people fucking actually clicking on it. And if I do get a comment, they'll be like, what are you talking about? I'm like, Ra was not a god. He's a son. I don't get arguments. They click on that shit. It's that fast. They know they ain't going to a video. They want to look at the fucking IRA though. You just got to find ways to get people to look at shit, make it their idea. You know, would you like to learn? Is that's usually my last three words or four. comments on random videos. I don't hold back. I just lay it right out there. I do. I have a tingly cobra. Well, that's how I am in real life. People don't know how to handle it. They have been led and fed a bunch of lies their whole fucking lives. It's kind of new when someone comes around telling you the bold truth and burning down a bush just to get to you. Yeah, I have that effect on people. They're like, fuck, fucking this guy just burned down a bush. That's in my face talking about dingly cobras. But yeah, I love that thumbnail. I everything I got every time I make a fucking fart, man. That thumbnail shows up. Oh, that's way better than a fucking video link. That actually takes them to my home page. Then they got all the videos they can choose from one. It does. It works. It works a lot better than leaving a link behind. People don't like links. They're tired of looking at links. They ready to click a thumbnail, hit you with a hammer. Bink. I would imagine so. No. Yeah, too bad NASA came out and said we tilted. I don't think we're ever going to find that fucking link. Oh, we could probably stop looking for it, I guess. And a red rainbow. Hey TK, that's not our light spectrum. I'm just saying. I've seen that red rainbow myself. It's kind of creepy. Yeah, Daniel should get with a fucking engineer. Hmm. You know, my son pointed that out to me. He's quite brilliant, quite learned. Fucking crazy. He's like, look, Dad, that's two different spectrums. I was like, fuck off, man. Get out of my car. Kids. I've trying to tell people you can't get two rainbows out of one fucking prism, and they're like, how about two raindrops? And I'm all like, you know, I've never seen it, but I can't say that it's impossible. Maybe it's just raining twice as hard as it was when I was a kid. I don't know. But yeah, my kid's all like, "Oh no, Dad, that's a different spectrum." I'm like, "Fuck, it is, isn't it? It's science, kid." So, I'll tell you what. My front porch produces some pretty pictures for being in a town right down smack dab in the middle of the town. Yeah, he's little cabin boy obvious and shit. Oh fuck. It does. It's different to your eye, of course, because you've never seen a fucking rainbow like that. It, you see shit. You've been around for a few decades, and then new shit starts showing up. It's like, well, where have you been all my life? Because it's pretty. It's really fucking beautiful. Really, for fuck's sake, it's new. All these new things. I mean, my God, new clouds, new fucking rainbows, new fucking everything. New everything. We got new storms and new this and new that. When the fuck is that going to stop being normal for people? Because I mean, everything's new now. Are we out of the normal? It's fucking crazy. Is what it is. I think people that fucking deny something going on are the crazy ones at this point in time. Look how many people are looking around now for answers. There's a lot of people looking for answers. And just a few trolls out there fucking running around. Our tax dollars, our friends and family are doing that. You know anybody working for Langley? Tell them to stand the fuck down because this is wrong. I don't know what oath they're making today, but I don't think I like it because our oath was to y'all when I swore it, and it didn't have no expiration date, and it did mention enemies within. That every damn rabbit hole I look at, I'm standing here in the center and I see all kinds of rabbit holes. You bet. Yeah, these rabbits got teeth, big old pointy ones. I got a picture of one on my Facebook. He's all like, "Arr, arr." I was like, going down the bunny hole right into that motherfucker. You better be packing. Well, awesome, chat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how anybody personally started this journey. That's awesome to know. I, I didn't know what to believe. I figured if I could just be a decent person, if there was a God, then I'd be all right. But yeah, shit, man. I wasn't even looking really for Crater, and I couldn't help but find it with this kind of information. I just needed to know why that was so important that it was in the middle, a little metal plate. It makes sense now. Look at all the information around it. That had to be what it is. It's that important. And everywhere you look, it pops up. It's a 1748 hertz in human biology. How you come up with, I think it's the third search is the oscillation here, human oscillation, something generated, et cetera, from your goosebump. I mean, it's there. It's fucking there. It's on my. I made a video with it. I put it on my Facebook. People are like, "Oh, where's your research?" I'm like, "Why don't you go do something?" I did mine. I produced it, and if you can't find yours, go find yours because it's real easy to find. It is fucking really an easy topic to study. 1748 hertz human biology. There's your search. 1748 hertz CERN. 1748 hertz magnet. 1748. Keep it simple, people. You're going to find a lot of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Once you start understanding that, exactly, Ra was not a god. We weren't worshiping Ra. And people are stuck on that paradigm, unfortunately, that we're worshiping old gods. And I'm all like, no, 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 no. And at this point, I can't, it's Lee that is focusing on the worship of sex idols and all that shit. And we just watched him contradict him fucking self today all over the fucking place and tell us that he was going to continue telling us lies. I was like, what? Did you read that before you fucking posted it? Oh my god. Yeah, they're trying to produce more division. And honestly, people, I gotta say, if they look at Lee's video, and it's getting to the point that I truly am just doing this for the people that have been logged out maybe for a few months or never looked at Lee for a few months, and they go back and see that the Schumann isn't anything, or the fuck is this 1748 hertz shit? Yeah, fuck it, that kind of thing. And then if they run into me, and I'm not, I mean, I sent them there. So, but at this point, fuck, Lee takes a week to get as many views as one of my videos does in 3 or 4 hours. All day he gets the views mine does in 1 hour. Um, when you're working with a lie, it's got to be hard, and people get addicted to the truth, and they can see the truth. You saw the truth. I fuck. I give you anything you can verify, and you actually have to go out of your way to try to unverify anything that I'll give you. It's been looked at. I said I didn't put that first video out until Logan had gave the fucking oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, wow, about 6 months worth of looking into the damn thing. And I didn't know if I was right or not. And I had to go start looking at other walls. I'd never even thought about looking at other walls. Even at that point, this has been a hell of a process learning. I just like this whole thing, I can't complain. Every time somebody throws something, something gets revealed. Like he did the Schumann thing again, and went in there and fucking humans feeling magnet fields come up because of something he had said, and I put in my search bar. I don't know if I would have ever found that if it wasn't for him being a little dickhead. And that answered a question we all had. Well, if we're not getting the ring in, we're not feeling sick. What the fuck is this pushy thing we're feeling? Ta-da. Thanks, Lee. Seriously. I mean, amazing. People can feel fucking magnet fields subconsciously. Well, we're being conscious of our magnet. Of course, we're going to be conscious that we're fucking feeling something on it. That's all that makes sense to me. The doctor said so, and I was like, okay, that I could actually that how if we're all describing the same fucking thing in the same fucking times. Well, obviously we're correlating with it. I checked that for like what 2 or 3 days. Every time I was like, all right, I kind of got a good idea. Now, if to the point that I'm like, if I feel it on one side of me, it's a bow shock. If I feel it on the other side of me, it's coming from behind. It's fucking crazy. If it like takes my breath, that's that's mom. Push it. It's fucking crazy to the programming. But once you start seeing medically that it's actually not so fucking crazy, you have to just accept the fact that you're a fucking magnet and you're going to have magnetic properties about you. So you're going to feel that shit if you're relaxing and entangled in it. It makes sense now. I was actually kind of grateful that he did be a dick. I don't even know how that works, but good came out of it. You know, honestly, good came out of it. So I can't say anything at all. Except that I hope Lee finds answers in his heart because fucking he's looking at books in his wallet, I think. Coffee. We're gonna make a beer glass tonight. I don't know what theme I should put on it. It's not gonna be a big area. It's gonna be a nice one. It's not gonna be real fancy. Might just put some swirls in it. I doodled the other one up. Yeah, the bunny with teeth. I knew what you was laughing at. It's a fucking funny picture. That's why it's on my Facebook. I was like, oh, look at this shit. A fucking bunny's gonna eat something. He was he definitely looked like he was having a bad day. Anything in his way might be having a bad day too. Curious about these field guides. There's a song, "Take Your Breath Away," isn't there? Look, she looks like an angel now. And that's so fucking crazy. Look at the field lines. They're the IMF lines. And then back she goes. She's starting to push a little bubble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Field lines closed now. All of a sudden. What's going on here? Oh, jeez. Polarity map says. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's normal as fuck. So you might experience some internet lag, and we may have another quake. Shit. Here's my plots. Yep, in the next hour, maybe. Good possibility. Another 5 or better. The plots are starting to act up the last couple hours just a little bit more than before. I don't see anything other than this wall making that happen. North Africa. Yay, we've got 10 hours showing on the Quake map. Oh, shit. Indonesia next. That's what I'm calling. What's up, Cat? How you doing? Good morning. I was looking at this was the Quake map and the Helios and deciding where we're having our next quake from Tonga to Indonesia area. 5 or better, probably. Nowhere near you, Cat. Well, right now. I'm having coffee. I don't know how much I have left. A couple cups. As soon as I finish this, I'm fixing to get busy again. Busy day, busy day. Uh, yeah. Got a lot done. We're sorting through stuff. Seamus got a lot of toys and shit. We ain't never took to the Goodwill. So we've been sorting through stuff. Take some trips to Goodwill, get thinned down on some things. So if we moving into RV, we're moving period, we gotta thin down on some shit. I don't have a truck no more. Oh, day 3, no coffee. That's right. No coffee, no chocolate. Well, I don't have any chocolate tonight, but I do have my vanilla almond milk. I like that shit. Good stuff. Hmm. But yeah, we've been busy all day doing stuff. He's playing games now. I'm down here talking to you. Oh, shit. I packed a bowl, well, half a bowl, and I hit it a couple times and forgot. Game and veg out. Hell yeah. you know, I could use 8 level 9 pilots in fucking Star Conflict over there. If you feel like getting up to level 9 and join my little group, because I want to build myself a big ship. I need more pilots. Are you asking about a reindeer? It looks like a reindeer. What are you in? Star Conflict? Really? You're a level 8 pilot? We're on our way to a dreadnought, man. I had a dreadnought, but I disassembled it in protest once. Now I'm ready to build another one. Skyrim. Seamus says that on his Switch or some shit. That just sounds really, really familiar. I'm pretty sure he has that game. But did you see Lee? Um, Lee helped me prove that 1748 hertz is in the magnet. Did you see that, cat? He did half my work for me. Nice. Man, I fucking love that game. Outer space is fucking vast. You can spend all day just going from portal to portal to portal to portal. It's a big game. I've played that since I've been online. I haven't really played it in a couple of days. I've been kind of busy. But, yeah, I really like that game. I know. Cheers, Lee. Oh, Star Conflict. It's a big ass game. You got about 300 ships to build and buy and work your way through all kinds of shit. I got about 200 of them finished in my fleet. But I've been playing that shit for 7 or 8 years since I've been online anyway. And I realized is my buddy Graham at his house he had a computer and I didn't. And he showed me that game one time, made me an account, and I ran into it on a different game and went in there and tried to make an account. And they were like, "Oh, this account already exists." And I was like, "Huh?" Had to break into my own account because I didn't have any idea what the fuck the password was. Yeah, ship specific skills and oh, I love it. The components and everything on that. Man, that is a very fucking. It's an awesome game. I fucking love it. You got 1,000 different components you can choose from on your different types of ships and stuff like that. And it's fun. The more components you get, the more components you level, the more points you get, and then the higher your level is. Pretty easy game, but yeah, it's pretty extensive. She said she didn't find anything, but she had fun. She said she didn't find anything, but she had fun out there poking around looking. Yeah, that's what I said. That's pretty much all that really counts, right? Hi, Janine. How are you? I thought that song existed. I've heard it. I think she might have laid down for a nap. She wore herself out looking for fossils. Oh, Christ. Saw my own thumbnail and I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? That's some nice bud. Good to hear. Having my last cup of coffee for the evening. Gonna have to go up and turn on my oxygen here in a minute. We're listening to Gilgamesh again tonight. The apparent I don't know if it's the full version, but it's the fullest version I've heard. Like I said, I wasn't aware that old Ishkapikin was in the tale of Gilgamesh. Because I knew about Enkidu and their adventures in the cedar forest and all that shit, but I had never really, I don't know. I've never heard this version with him going and checking out Ishkapikin. Fucking Noah. And he kept saying he was his dad. His dad was a king and some shit, and it's like he had two dads. So yeah, I'm not sure. I need to listen to it again. But what I got out of it last night is fucking Noah was pissed at Enlil for causing the flood. It ain't that the flood just happened because of the passing. Enlil caused that shit. The barometer. Yeah. It's not the root to all evil, but it's definitely one of the tools. Absolutely. And we don't need that system. If you look around, we've provided an abundance and waste for a long time. And that kind of habit needs to end. We need to stop worrying about who's he what and the monies and start benefiting each other. This is humanity, you know. And we did that at one point, and we did it globally. We did it spectacularly, from what I can tell. And then we was divided, and it hasn't worked very well since. So I suggest we get back to something that works. Every time you turn around, they got us fighting with each other, creating more division over money. We'll make a couple jars tonight, too, maybe. Oh, that almost resulted in a fucking slop. Oh. Damn spell check. It ain't a duck. It's never a duck. Spell check. This stuff in coffee is pretty damn good. I just finished the whole box of it. Got it for $1 at the Dollar Tree. Seen this shit for like $8. $6, something like that, 6, $7. I'm like, damn, they got that shit for $1. Let's try that jug out. It's pretty good. I ain't never had no almond milk. I've got like 4 boxes of it now, Chad. I was like, well, that's good. We went up there, we got us some pizza today, and I picked me up some more boxes of that damn almond milk. They had a whole little row of it up there. You bet I did. I think I've fallen in love myself. Pies and cakes. You like cat milk? Milk and cat. Cute. We drove by the cow lots again today. Herds was thin. Hey, John, we're fixing to get busy here a little bit, just in time. Chad's fixing to milk a cat for us. Oh, oats milk. I thought that was a C. I see. I see. You got oats milk. Well, maybe Chad isn't fixing to milk a cat, but I was pretty excited for a minute. Columbus a ho ho at 9 a.m. this morning. That would be the right time. So you definitely seen it, didn't you? Welcome to the quarter. Yeah, Janine, that sounds fucking funny as shit. Pies and cakes. I love that. He's showing videos of the sky. It's a kitty milk. That's funny. I ended up graduating about an hour north of you, John, in close to Mansfield, up there in Gallion, Shelby area. My dad was Amtex Oil there in Canton, Ohio, with my Uncle Dan. You ain't missing much. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Mansfield, though, got what's the name of that? Kingwood Center. Dude, if you're up in Mansfield, you need to go to Kingwood Center. It's fucking beautiful. The dude was like equivalent to a billionaire back in the day, and he left acres and acres and acres of fucking flowers and fucking woods and shit around his house for people to walk around with. Oh my god, dude. A fucking awesome place. Oh, okay. What do you think? I restored that wall. I repointed and rebuilt that motherfucker myself and all the foundation around here. I just took and repointed all the inside, and then I went on the outside because it's double layer, and I pulled off about 4 foot section, and then I'd redo the inside joint of the inside. I mean, it's got a full layer, and then I rebuilt the second one right back up to the fucking frame. Let that dry, go down there another 8 foot and pull out another one. It took me about 4 months to finish one side, but I got the whole damn foundation rebuilt over here myself. I love fucking doing construction. So yeah, you know what I did. You see that one? That one ain't been redone. Yeah, that's 100 years old. I think it was probably redone in the 70s, but you can tell that wasn't redone well, repointed anyway. It wasn't repointed well at all. Yeah, it's on public display. It's on public display. It's called Kingwood Center. It's right in the middle of Mansfield, pretty much. Fucking huge, huge place. I mean, like, there's all kinds of botanical societies and shit set up in his old house. It's fucking beautiful. The house is fucking amazing. Old stone, like 3 fucking story, huge mansion. And they've got like the mushroom people, the bird people, all the people. They got little offices in there. Shits. He left the funding to keep that shit going, and they take donations and shit, but it's absolutely open to the public. And bird sanctuary. I mean, they got peacocks, they got guinea hens, they got fucking all. I mean, like just running around the grounds. You liable to get chased around by a peacock. I ain't kidding. It's a pretty fucking cool place. It really is. You bet. You would. It would be worth a look, especially like in the spring, like right now. It's beautiful. Beautiful spot in the world. Yeah. If you live in the state, I very well might know a beautiful spot in the world for you to go to. Too. I've been there. With chicory, yeah, like that for a little change sometimes. Should wake you up. Hey Sherry, how are you? Yeah, it's Mansfield, Ohio. That's what Kingwood Center. Awesome fucking place. Play Monopoly. I haven't played that in a while. Yeah, I know German Village. Spaghetti Warehouse. Is that still down there? Fucking good place to eat. I've been in Columbus a lot, waterbeds and stuff. I used to sell to them. I'd come into Columbus sometimes for the hookahville with my RV if I knew it was going on and shit. Yeah, it's still there. Good spot to eat. His mother and I lived in an RV for 4.5 years, and we did a circuit around the country. And fuck, before that, I was in the Navy, driving bike and hitchhiking all around. I've never sat in one spot too long. So I've been a few places, and yeah, I've been all over Ohio. But I went to high school there. I wasn't just sitting in that town. I was driving around all over the damn place. Waterbeds and stuff. Nice. Yeah, I was in Columbus at that Flying J just north of Columbus. Uh, Semi truck ran through my RV up there right before Christmas. Put a big old 20-foot hole in the shit. So I was kind of stranded up there, and I was working out of a guy's garage that worked for waterbeds and stuff. Well, I've been, yeah, off the 71. My cousin lived down there. I was actually on my way to see him, and that was before I had my tow behind shop. That was when I had a big RV. I'd just pull out my shop every day. Well, I found out it was better to have a little bit shorter RV and have a tow behind shop after that accident because I had pulled the car off, and this guy pulled in the wrong entrance into that Flying J. Yeah, yeah, just out in the middle of nowhere, that Flying J just above on the 71 there, like just a few miles above Columbus. And he ran over the car hauler, and it was a scissor hauler. It had the wheels in the middle. And his mom was in the RV. I was pumping gas in the car, and oh my god, dude, the fucking RV started throwing up and down and all over the damn parking lot and shit. He tried to get out of the parking lot. He was dragging the RV for a while through the parking lot, tore the fucking parking lot up with the car trailer, like the actual blacktop, fucking ripped it. And I jumped on the front of his. Oh Jesus! Here it comes. I jumped on the front of his fucking Mack truck and started kicking the fuck out of his fucking shit with my steel toe boots. Is what I did. And he put his brakes on because he was shifting into third gear when I hit the fucking bumper. His eyes was this big. So anyway, I got him to stop. He realized what he had done. he got, he got, well, you see, my girlfriend was in that RV and I wasn't even sure. Well, about the time I hit his bumper, she come flying out the side of that fucking, she was ready to fight. She come flying out of there. She was ready to fight, man. The RV had stopped shaking. She come out the side of the damn thing. But I was still making that motherfucker stop. Oh my god, man. Yeah. It was an exciting day. He's standing there with his company credit card. He gets out of his truck. He's standing there with he couldn't read English enough to operate the damn card. I couldn't hardly understand what he was asking, but I got the feeling he was telling me. He kept saying, "Don't call the police. Take, take." Kept handing me his fucking company, Schneider National, fucking credit card. And I was like, "No, I ain't taking shit." I said, "We're calling the fucking cops, dude." And I turned around and fucking the managers are right there. The manager of Flying J had one of the attendants help me park over there in the first place. So she had watched my fucking RV get run over and she'd already called the cops. And she's standing there and she's like, "Oh, they've already been called. He just fucked my." She was pissed. She was on her way out to jump on his fucking bumper too. He did. He fucked up her parking lot, ripped the blacktop all the way up the like 20-foot fucking tear in her blacktop. She was pissed. She's like, all these years, she worked there for like 20 years. She's like, all this time I worked here, I ain't never seen nobody, no damn semi truck pull in the wrong area. I said, well, he keeps trying to hand me his shit because I don't think he knows how to operate it. He keeps handing me his book and his card. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want your fucking card or your book. So you give that to the cop because they're on the way, motherfucker. Damn. He had got himself scissored in that corner over there in the car area, and she had parked me all the way in the back, so I'd be out of everybody's way. Well, I was in his way, and he knew it, and he stopped, and he started trying to back up and got himself scissored. He started pulling forward, and I was like, "Well, I'm going to have to go help that motherfucker's running over my." Started running over the damn thing, kicked it into second gear. He did it on purpose. Period. I watched him do it. It was fucking nuts. Rather than stop his fucking rig and ask somebody to move the fucking vehicle, he thought he could run over the fucking thing and just fucking get out of the parking lot. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, honestly. That was fucking crazy. You're north of Dayton, huh? Okay. My aunt, last time I spoke to her, she lived in Dayton. Got a lot of family up in that region too. Yeah, I imagine Snyder had a problem with it. Because they had to buy me a new RV, pay for my fucking motel for a couple of months. That was during Christmas too. Sued the fuck out of them cocksuckers, man. Well, she did. She got about $10,000 out of that, I think. I don't know. I got a new RV, so we got a honey. After that, it was about 10 foot shorter. It was like a 23-foot RV. I had a 32-foot RV. I got a 23-foot RV, man. That motherfucker was on a Brinks truck frame. Loved the honey. It had oak everything in it. I mean, like real oak, not nothing. I mean, it was a nicely built fucking RV. And that's when when I left Columbus, I had stopped. There's somewhere just west of Columbus that sells fucking Hallmark trailers. I bought a Hallmark trailer brand new off the fucking little lot there, drove it. We got into a little bit of a traffic jam on our way to Dayton. And I pulled over the side of the road, cut big old holes in the side of it, hung my hoods and shit. About the time the traffic jam was gone, we pulled off and I fucking set up my shop already. I was ready to go. Had that kiln hanging in the middle of the damn thing, just swinging on straps. I had that thing strapped up to the ceiling so it wouldn't fall or bump into anything. It was great. We had a good time. I didn't give a fuck, man. Yeah, like I said, you already at home even if you break down. We stayed in the RV, even though it had a big old rip in it for about a week until they got us a hotel. It had gas and everything. manager didn't go for. She's like, man, you just stay there as long as you need to. You're in my corner. I was like, all right, thank you. So we stayed there. But yeah, Columbus is one of my favorite stops. You used to have higher ground down there on High Street. That's a friend of mine, but they moved up to Canada. They're doing weddings. They don't blow glass anymore. But a lot of good people that way. Aside from the dopes everywhere, John. Back in the day, have you? Nice. Well, then, yeah, then, well, there you go. Those some friends of mine. That's a small world, real small world. I believe it. It's been, fuck, man, Seamus is 16. We weren't in Ohio. It's been at least 18 years since I've been to Ohio, I'd say. Yeah, about that. Maybe 17. We came through on the way to California. And then she started having seizures in California. So we got stuck in San Diego for a while, having tests done on her. And then they found out she was pregnant. Took her off the seizure medicine real quick. Did they? Yeah, I believe it. I totally believe it. It was way too cool. Man, I used to sit across from campus with some dude that had set up on a rug and sell fucking pipes and shit. Sat there and get high with that motherfucker all the time every time I come into town. that was that was before any medical was done. Out there in Ohio, it's all commercial property. Yeah, it's the way it was going when I last time we went through there up around High Street. I'll bet it has changed. Sucks. It really sucks. They had a really good vibe going on there. Bummer. Well, I'm glad I haven't been there for a while though. Yeah, that does. It really it breaks my heart, man. They had a really good thing going there. If you ask me, yeah, they have. They always have been, especially right there at the campus. They usually pretty really lax with it. Smoked some of the best weed I ever smoked on the high street with his mama. Doodah Paradise. Hookahville's still going on out there sometimes, like in the fall and shit. Nice. Yeah, back when we was kids. Huh? Yeah, that'd have been all right. They quit Hookahville. Okay. I used to come through almost every Hookahville just to catch Hookahville. I never did tours for any kind of shit like that, but I liked Hookahville enough that I would catch it once a year. That was fun. when we were going around to stores, you know. I knew they'd be there when I came back around. Okay, yeah, Hookahville. Yeah, it probably stopped. It was a fun time though. We used to go out there and blow glass, set up all the time. Shit. No, I've never really done festivals. I've been to Hookahville a few times. I did a mist festival in Indiana once. Um, but I was way more concerned about, and the only reason I did that mist festival was because of a lady named T in Indiana. And she had a couple stores, and I was selling to her, and we were in the area. And then um, that's a big weekend party, huh? Then the only reason I knew about Hookahville in the first place was because of that employee that I worked in his garage in that accident from waterbeds and stuff. And I got that was the first time I was through Columbus. That wasn't even that time actually. But I already knew him when I got in that accident too. That was like our third or fourth trip through Columbus when that semi ran through. A couple of years into it. Yeah, those can be fun and quite lucrative if you got a torch on hand and they let you blow glass. It helps if you got your own portable shop. Put up your little bit of police tape. People are like, ooh, all weekend. Got your little table going. It's fun shit. It's fun shit. But I mean, he hears the stories coming from his mom. He hears the stories coming from me. And then a couple months ago, I was asking us, so what do you want to do when you graduate? He goes, let's get to RV. I was like, okay. And then this happened. So we're just going to get us an RV a little bit early. Not here in Colorado, actually. Uh, well, not here in Colorado. No, too much corporate has moved in already. Silver colored leaf with light purple tip. Sounds pretty damn good. I got some purple stuff myself today. Well, his mom and I lived in that one for 4.5 years. Well, in a couple of them, like I said, we got that one basically ripped in half sitting while we was sitting apart. That was actually our second RV. I had sold our first one, upgraded to that one a while back. Kettle corn, huh? Yeah, Colorado Springs is beautiful. I wouldn't want to live there though. Just, just wouldn't. Too many people, too much crazy weather there too. Really, just unpredictable coming off of the mountain. And just last year, people killed out there having crazy fucking lightning just zap them while they're out in the middle of the fucking mountains, out roaming around. I'm like, damn. A couple of different times last summer. We're going to listen to Gilgamesh. I'm going to go turn on my oxygen here.
Gilgamesh, king in Uruk. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise, he saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning, he rested. He engraved on a stone the whole story. When the gods created Gilgamesh, they gave him a perfect body. Shamash, the glorious sun, endowed him with beauty. Adad, the god of the storm, endowed him with courage. The great gods made his beauty perfect, surpassing all others, terrifying like a great wild bull. 2/3 they made him god, and 1/3 man. In Uruk, he built walls, a great rampart, and the temple of blessed Iana, for the god of the firmament.
So we're already having up.
And for Ishtar, the goddess of love. Look at it still today. Out a wall where the cornice runs, it shines with the brilliance of copper. And the inner wall, it has no equal. Touch the threshold.
Have a good night,
It is
John.
ancient. Approach Iana, the dwelling of Ishtar, our lady of love and war, the like of which no latter-day king,
That's
no
a good way to
man
go,
alive
Sherry.
can equal.
RV's great.
Climb upon the
You break
wall.
down if you're mechanically inclined, you can fix it. You're already
Regard the foundation terrace and examine the masonry.
I love that shit.
Is it not burnt brick and good? The 7 sages laid the foundation. Gilgamesh went abroad in the world, but he met with none who could withstand his arms till he
Come
came
here.
to
This
the
guy.
men of Uruk muttered in their houses the tocsin for his amusement. His hour all night. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all. Yet the king should be a shepherd to his people. His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. Yet this is the shepherd of the city, wise, comely, and resolute. The gods heard their lament. Gods of heaven cried to the lord of Uruk, to Anu, the god of Uruk. A goddess made him strong as a savage bull. None can withstand his arms. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all. And is this the king, the shepherd of his people? His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. When Anu had heard their lamentation, the gods cried to Aruru, the goddess of creation, "You made him, O Aruru, now create his equal. Let it be as like him as his own reflection, his second self, stormy heart for stormy heart. Let them contend together, and leave Uruk in quiet." So the goddess conceived an image in her mind, and it was of the stuff of Anu of the firmament. She dipped her hands in water and pinched off clay. She let it fall in the wilderness, and noble Enkidu was created. There was virtue in him of the god of war, of Ninurta himself. His body was rough. He had long hair like a woman's. It waved like the hair of Nisaba, the goddess of corn. His body was covered with matted hair, like Samukan's. god of cattle. He was innocent of mankind. He knew nothing of the cultivated land. Enkidu ate grass in the hills with the gazelle and lurked with wild beasts at the waterhole. He had joy of the water with the herds of wild game. But there was a trapper who met him one day face to face at the drinking hole. The wild game had entered his territory. On 3 days he met him face to face. The trapper was frozen with fear. He went back to his house with the game that he had caught, and he was dumb, benumbed with terror. His face was altered like that of one who has made a long journey. With awe in his heart, he spoke to his father, "Father, there's a man unlike any other who comes down from the hills. He is the strongest.
It's probably upstairs.
He is
Oh
like
my God. My kid's like, see, you got your RV ripped in half by a semi, huh? I was like, oh, you hadn't heard it. The things you tell your kids. He's over here creeping around listening to my shit.
Extol strength. Asking turn with her, with her woman. Oh, when next he comes down, with there, strict. You see her beckoning, to embrace her. Then, wild beasts will protect her.
I told him to walk his damn dog. That's funny as shit. I try not to tell him too many crazy stories about her daddy jumping on semi trucks and shit. He might go try that. Oh my God. That's some fun stuff.
Take with you a harlot,
Shit.
child. At the drinking hole, she gets stripped. When he sees her
Time visit. See, he's gonna be going to bed soon.
now the trapper returned, taking the harlot.
I did.
After the 3 days' journey, they came to the drinking hole.
It's Enkidu.
There they sat down. The harlot and the trapper sat facing one another and waited for the game to come. For the first day and for the second day, the two sat waiting. But on the third day, the herds came. They came down to drink. And Enkidu
I will.
The
I
small
will.
wild creatures of the plains were glad of the
Hey,
water.
Mac. How you
And
doing?
Enkidu with them, who ate grass with the gazelle, and was born in the hills. And she saw him, the savage man, come from far off in the hills. The trapper spoke to her. There he is. Now, woman, make your breasts bare. Have no shame. Do not delay, but welcome his love. Let him see you naked. Let him possess your body. When he comes near, uncover yourself and lie with him. Teach him, the savage man, your woman's art. But when he murmurs love to you, the wild beasts that shared his life in the hills will reject him. She was not ashamed to take him. She made herself naked and welcomed his eagerness. As he lay on her, murmuring love, she taught him the woman's art. For 6 days and 7 nights they lay together. For Enkidu had forgotten his home in the hills. But when he was satisfied, he went back to the wild beasts. Then, when the gazelles saw him, they bolted away. When the wild creatures saw him, they fled. Enkidu would have followed, but his body was bound as though with a cord. His knees gave way when he started to run. His swiftness was gone. Now the wild creatures had all fled away. Enkidu was grown weak, for wisdom was in him. and the thoughts of a man were in his heart.
I know, she looks
So
like an
he
angel.
returned. He sat
Every time I
down
turn
at
it
the
on,
woman's
she looks
feet
like an
and
angel.
listened
But they
intently
hadn't
to what she
updated
said.
it lately. Let me see if they updated it
You
again.
are wise, if you do. And now you have become like a god. Why do you want to run wild with the beasts of the hills? Come with me. I will take you to strong-walled Uruk, the blessed temple of
And
Ishtar,
there's that
and
bubble.
of
It's even
Anu, of
bigger.
love, and of heaven. There Gilgamesh lives, who is very strong, and like a wild bull he lords it over men.
Wow.
When she had spoken, Enkidu was pleased. He longed for a comrade, for one who would understand his heart. Come, woman, and take me to that holy temple, to the house of Anu and of Ishtar, and to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly. I will cry out aloud in Uruk. I am the strongest here. I have come to change the old order. I am he who was born in the hills. I am he who is strongest of all. She said, let us go, and let him see your face. I know very well where Gilgamesh is in Great Uruk. Oh, Enkidu, there all the people are dressed in their gorgeous robes. Every day is holiday. Young men and the girls are wonderful to see. How sweet they smell. All the great ones are roused from their beds. Oh, Enkidu, you who love life, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man of many moves. You shall look at him well in his radiant manhood. His body is perfect in strength and maturity. He never rests by night or day. He is stronger than you, so leave your boasting. Shamash, the glorious sun, has given favors to Gilgamesh, and Anu
Goes 14.
And Enlil and Ea the wise.
Behind the planet or in front of the planet? It's
even before you have left the wilderness,
13 in front,
Gilgamesh
14 in the
will
back.
know in his dreams that you are coming.
Now
Gilgamesh got up to tell his dream to his mother, Ninsun, one of the wise gods.
Satellites.
Mother,
in space.
Last night I had a dream. I was full of joy. The young heroes were round me, and I walked through the night under the stars of the firmament. And one, a meteor of the stuff of Anu, fell down from heaven. I tried to lift it, but it proved too heavy. All the people of Uruk came round to see it. The common people jostled, and the nobles thronged to kiss its feet. And
constant pressure. Constant pressure.
And you yourself pronounced it.
Yeah, it's up on the key. See that asterisk?
Who is well beloved.
You're talking about that asterisk,
said to Gilgamesh, star of heaven which descended like a meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift but found too heavy. When you tried to move it, not budge.
Behind the planet.
So you brought it to my feet. I made it for you, a goad and spur, and you were drawn as though to a woman. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend in his need. He is the strongest of wild creatures, the stuff of Anu.
Yeah,
that's in the grassland.
That's one of the Ghost satellites.
Hills reared him. When you see him,
I think it's actually 16. I'm not sure. They redesignated some satellites, some better ones.
The meaning of the dream. Gilgamesh said,
some newer ones, like 16's doing it now.
A second dream.
Kind of thing.
In the streets of strong-walled Uruk, there lay an axe. The shape of it was strange, and the people thronged round. I saw it and was glad. I bent down, deeply drawn towards it. I loved it like a woman, and wore it at my side. Ninsun answered, that axe which you saw, which drew you so powerfully, like love of a woman, that is the comrade whom I give you, and he will come in his strength, like one of the host of heaven. He is the brave companion who rescues his friend in necessity. Gilgamesh said to his mother, friend,
catch you up.
A counselor has come to me from Enlil. and now I shall befriend and counsel him.
Made a previous video.
So Gilgamesh told his dream.
Yeah, back in a
The
bowl.
harlot.
That's where we're at right now.
And now she said to Enkidu,
constant pressure from front, constant pressure from behind. Just like it was a couple days ago, just a little more.
With the beasts of the hills. Get up from the ground, the bed of a shepherd.
No, it goes 14 is what it says on this. That key on the top tells you what the little dots are.
With the one half,
there's a little diamond in front of the planet, and that goes 13.
Holding his hand, she led him like a child, sheepfold, into the shepherd's tent. There, all the shepherds crowded round to see him. He put down bread in front of him. Enkidu could only suck the milk of wild animals. He fumbled and gaped, at a loss what to do, or how he should eat the bread and drink the strong wine. Then the woman said, Enkidu, eat bread. It is the staff of life. Drink the wine. It is the custom of the land. So he ate till he was full, and drank strong wine, 7 goblets. He became merry. His heart exulted, and his face shone. He rubbed down the matted hair of his body, and anointed himself with oil. Enkidu had become a man, but when he had
they're
become man's
in that environment, Sherry. That's how they read it. Yeah.
Bridegroom. He took arms to hunt the lion, so that the shepherds could rest at night. He caught wolves and lions, and the herdsmen lay down in peace. For Enkidu was their watchman, that strong man who had no rival. He was merry, living with the shepherds, till one day, lifting his eyes, he saw a man.
I don't know what's around the 16, 17 mark.
Woman, fetch that man here. Why has he come?
I didn't see anything
Wants to know his name.
Wasn't looking.
She went and called the man, saying,
what map are you on, anyway?
Where are you going? It's really good.
What map are you seeing this thing on at 16 or 17?
Gilgamesh has gone into the marriage house.
Well, let me see. Yeah, that's exactly where it's at. Let me see. Enlarge
the city
it.
of great streets.
The asterisk right there. Look on top. There's a key tells you exactly what that is.
With the queen of love, and he still demands to be first with the bride, the king to be first, and the husband to follow. That was ordained by the gods from his birth, from the time the umbilical cord was cut. But now the drum.
You gotta look at the top. That's
bride.
where the key is.
The city groans. At these words, Enkidu turned white in the face. I will go to the place where Gilgamesh lords over the people. I will challenge him boldly, and I will cry aloud in Uruk. I have come to change the old order, for I am the strongest here. Now Enkidu strode in front, and the woman followed behind. He entered Uruk, that great market.
Ben Davidson one time said that is
where he stood in the street in strong-walled Uruk. The people jostled.
Ben Davidson one time said that as a ground-based guesswork thing. He made a video, and I made a video showing that exact map with that key accentuating that those are satellites in space. I figured you was. What's up there, fearless leader? We just talking about some satellites in space. How you doing? I know he ain't a moron. No. He's look, he'll stand on NASA's stage with a fucking microphone at one of their public things, and then he'll come in here and act like he hates a whole bunch of NASA. That's who that guy is. I made a video. He ain't a moron. He's an attorney. His dad's a producer, and he speaks on stage for NASA at public functions. Real easy to track his actions. He's public guy. Yes. Yes, I'm being very nice about it though, Sherry, because he's an attorney, and I wouldn't want to say anything that I couldn't prove about Ben Davidson because that's libel. Not much. How you doing? We're just talking. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're just talking about friends that I've known for this last few years that come and pick on me straight out of motherfucking government fucking ties. And it's just adding up a lot to a bunch of 2+2s, 72. It don't add up. Yeah, well, the discoveries keep coming as they keep throwing rocks. We keep discovering new things just from the words they're saying. Like I said, that last one, I mean, we were all wondering what the hell's this going on? We're not sick, we're not this, we're not hearing that, but we're having different symptoms. And then Lee was being a little penis, and I put in his little penis words and came up with humans subconsciously feel fucking magnet fields. And I was like, I think that might be the answer we've been looking for as to what the hell's going on with us. Well, we're becoming more conscious of our fucking magnet and therefore feeling the field. So that makes sense to me why everybody's feeling the same thing. You're feeling the actual push and you're conscious of it. Our planet, we got 3 suns. We got one sneaking up behind us, T-Mac. Yes, yes. I think that might be now everybody's gonna be jealous and upset. Not just them, see, because that takes research to figure out. But I think that might be something that they're upset about, or maybe that's why they're obsessed. It's that envy thing. Yeah, shit. Oh shit. Hi Brian, how are you? Do they walk? Well, yes. I did. Oh yeah, something's big's coming. Look, have you seen my angry catfish page? You might I don't know, but I'm getting the feeling you haven't been to my oldest video and worked your way back on the right page. You might have been over here and I missed you. Let me give you a link. I'll show you what's coming. Oh my goodness.
I decoded on Steve's video. There's mom with her golden magnet
There's your mama
attached to our DNA.
See, I'm going to talk about DNA with you. You ready for this? Sit down. Most of them are about 5 minutes long. I wouldn't miss one of them. Start from the bottom. Don't start from the top. Start from the bottom. And don't believe. You got to know. You got to know this. Believing is going to get you killed. You have to have the right frequency coming out of this, and it's physics. It ain't nothing about fucking faith or belief. You have to know this shit to create a pure intent. And that's why we've been shown it, and it's your birthright to know it. So do it. Know it. If you want it, it's there now. And you could go like all my everybody that's talks in here freely every day is reading hieroglyphs, and it doesn't take much. It's simple physics. You have to stop thinking vowels. We weren't writing vowels at all. I haven't seen a vowel yet. I've looked all over the globe. I don't think Polly's found one or anybody else. These people, they go to Baalbek. I've never been to Baalbek yet looking. I hear it's pretty cool. And some of these other places, I'm working my way around the world, but I haven't found any vowels yet. It's pretty fucking crazy how simple it actually is. It's just we were given the wrong framework. You tilt it right into physics, and it's like, oh shit. It's just like that. And if you want to know your place in it, because you actually are created for this exact moment. You have an electron magnet in your chest, and you need to start stacking that shit because we're going to have a nova event. And in creation, you have to have a symbiotic relationship with your planet, period. That's first creation, period. Creator made it. Ooh. Oh, man. We've been lied to, and Creator wants us here. So this information's been given to us, is where I'm going with that. This isn't mine. This is brilliance, way beyond me, man. This is language of the creator. So there you go. That's all. That's the best I've got for you. Taking notes, good. Yeah, you just freeze frame it and copy a picture and I paste it right to Facebook. There it is. That's how I do it. I copy image and paste it right to my Facebook, post it. Bam. It's saved on my timeline. I can go back and refer to it for years. And you can see the progression of this over the years too on my Facebook a lot better than you can on my YouTube page. Because that's where the research really started. That's where I got thousands over years of all these pictures and stuff that I bring to you here. That research is over there. And I do show you how to do your own research. But I mean, if you want to see my research, I don't want you researching where I did. It's better if you go off on a different path because it doesn't matter. If you're looking at physics, you're going to fucking end up knowing what I know because physics is physics. The laws of fucking physics don't change no matter who teaches you. If you go to an established, like, bam, go to Mr. Magnet, start watching them or some shit like that, because there's companies out there that specialize in hallbacks and they got videos on YouTube. And they're going to give you magnetic properties, how they make it, and why it works. Reason for spontaneous combustion. That's an interesting one. I think it might have something to do with your 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 soul short circuiting, or maybe you just decided to split out of your skin. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe you're interacting with a magnet field you don't like. Yeah, Daniel, it seems like, I mean, the more I'm learning about cellular and how we're actually just a whole bunch of magnets and we're resonating all that. If you're in a really bad vibration, you might be hurting yourself in ways we hadn't even thought of. Yeah, playing dumb and being dumb is two different things. Yes, Molly, you bet. Yeah. Oh, well, the more time goes on, what do you think about this fucking whole? I mean, seriously, just you've had time to reflect on what's going on with old Lee over there. What the fuck? What's your opinion on this? Where do you think he's coming from? What's causing this shit? Because you know we John and I we used to talk with Lee and fucking look that just the video I did this morning's proof of that. Where the fuck is this? Is what's your opinion on it? Now you've known Lee and all this shit. What's your opinion on what the hell that's coming from? Yeah, without that we wouldn't adhere. Yeah, and there would be a breakdown. Yeah. Well, what do you think, Daniel? I mean, Polly's been around long enough to see Lee before this began too. Is what I'm asking her because you were asking me what a week ago, what the hell's wrong with Lee? And I'm like, well, what do you think from observations? This guy's just I know this guy that had a bunch of magnets and made this video about 1748 hertz in a magnet, and then all of a sudden he just comes off with this crazy shit this morning, and it just keeps coming. Well, I don't care if NASA admits that I call it first. For God's sake, just I hope they give. I don't. I've never wanted credit. They can use what we found. They never knew what we knew. They said that in the cuneiform. We discovered. I mean, I really don't care. Nobody knows me. If NASA came out and fucking told the truth, it's still that nobody needs to know my motherfucking name. Just tell people the truth. It ain't about me. It's about humanity and their planet over here too. Their division. We figured out how to fucking heal their planet. They've been trying to fucking do this and that and other thing and heal and all that, and they don't need to. That's not the way it's done. That's a beautiful thing. I'd love fucking NASA to just come out and say it without leaving. I mean, why would they even mention me? we, you think so, huh? Damn, Polly. Look, you think that's it? Yeah, it is coming out. Well, look, yeah, exactly. They're giving it like they usually do in a shaded way. They're giving it out slowly. Yeah, they keep like to keep an eye on people like us, Polly. Well, they have wanted to destroy and control Brandon because they didn't understand that they're the same stewards we are, and they didn't have any reason to be afraid of us. Their planet needs them to come together instead of be ruled over by usurping throne, killing each other. And they look, at some point in their history they got divided and almost killed everybody. They say that in the cuneiform before all, and they give you the lineage and stuff like that. And it's like, well, obviously they had killed that out of themselves and lost all that knowledge way before they came here. Their planet was already fucked up, and they're thinking that they can fix it with gold because it can be molecularized down to the atom and shot off into an atmosphere and suspended for a while. That's true, but that's if, as you hear in the Lost Book of Inky, the first time they came back through with their son, it wiped everything they did off, and they've been doing this for centuries. And we finally figured out what the hell is wrong with their planet. It's them. Simple as that. They need to just stop and realize they're not stupid. Obviously, they're very intelligent beings, but and so are we. We were. Look, they shrunk our heads. Okay, look at it. Look at it in real time. They shrunk us. They shrunk our heads. They put us on a low energy freaking sun. You know what I mean? It's all there. The whole history. We just it was in our face, and they kept pointing at other things. We just need to stop being their tools. We don't have to do anything with the politicians. We need to curtail ourselves and our families and reevaluate the dollar, so to speak. And I think the first step in that is observing your moon at rise and observing your moon at set and realizing nobody told you about that. Obviously, there's something bigger going on. Obviously, they know about it. And obviously, we should probably stop cooperating with anything they're doing because obviously it's not the right thing. That should do that much right there. And if you got the knowledge and the information of what's going on, then you can secure them and creators in every atom. And I mean, just the nature, fucking physics of it. You got a magnet or a frequency. There's a magnet here. You're going to inherit it. This came out of Jesus. You're going to inherit the earth. What did you think he was talking about? He's the heavenly woo. Well, what the hell do you think he was telling you? Keep the freaking physics on that. And you're going to be a steward of life. You're going to protect everything. And I think that's beautiful. That kind of ties in all that mystery of Lee's Bible. I don't give a fuck. It's very uncomfortable when you start reading canon and realizing actually what that Bible's about. And when you start understanding what the Bible canon is telling you, it's a little uncomfortable. But I'd rather know the uncomfortable truth personally. And I think that's why this has been brought to us, not by me. This is laws of physics. This is creator, and this is what we were writing on the walls. I just happen to understand it. And now you do. Because it's your fucking birthright to know everything I do and help me learn new. Because for God's sake, I haven't even begun. I'm still over here holding onto the table trying to learn how to baby step with you all. Trust me on that. You don't have to. Just look at me. I'm blowing snot bubbles and shit occasionally. But that's where I keep getting people are like, yo, you're the guru. I'm like, the fuck I am. I'm a snot bubble blowing baby over here, which y'all depending on y'all to start helping me walk while you're all over here fucking falling around too. It's the way it is. We're in romper room, motherfuckers. How else is creator in your chest in reality? What do you think? You read that thing and you gotta have faith that your creator you gotta I gotta make it. No, your creator's there, man. It has 1748 hertz. Everything. Amazing. Prove omnipresence and the Christian wants to fucking beat you up. That's all I did. I used creator's laws. He even fucking looks at him himself in the water. Makes his 70. What doesn't click? It's like, holy crap, man, you don't have to have faith or belief anymore. Creator really exists, man, in every one of your atoms, in your heart. They ain't no, how can you have a pure intent of meekness if you don't know the fucking creator? There's a difference between knowing faith and belief, period. And the latter two cannot create and generate a pure meekness. You think there might be a reason you need to be purely fucking meek right now? I see one. I'm amazed. He's pissed? Really? Sorry. I really am. It's fucking amazing what we figured out. And all of a sudden you start understanding what's around you and feeling the energies. Holy crap. It's amazing. Just relax that shit. You got a magnet field. You see it in your feral cell, put it in your head. It makes it easier. Oh, and then you get the goosebumps. Why? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you get goosebumps if you didn't? Guys, have you ever actually 1748 hertz human biology? Like I said, I think it's the third one. I do a search and check it out, but I got a lot of windows open. It shows up the oscillations between the hair and follicles, a big old long fucking medical report on it and shit. It's like fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. And that the reason I point these out is because people like me who didn't really have a creator or God or anything I believed in, uh, wow, I needed that. I needed that. I needed to see that to believe it. Well, there is a hell, see, and Toth tells us about it. Yeah, you definitely the temple. Yeah, it gave you everything you need. The stem cells produce when you get goosebumps and shit. It's crazy. Hermetic went out and found that, and he's one of the youngest people here. You know, I haven't seen him in a while. He's out doing his thing. It's busy time for him. Want to remove it. I gotta tell you what, Daniel, I'm stacking up some bucks. I don't even know what kind of furniture they sell in heaven. Soul world. I think there's a lot more options than what we've been given. I keep getting sandals and mai tais, like at the beach. I'm like, you know, that that just you know, a little slice of heaven right there. I'm seeing it. I might just want to get myself some fancy sandals. I don't know what I'm going to do with all my soul bucks. I understand he pays well for opening eyes. Yeah, heaven is a planet, and it's a loving planet. It's just been abused, and we're hoping for the best of it for its stewards to come into an understanding of their hearts and fix it. It's up to them at this point. We need a new heaven to be a new heaven and earth. It just wouldn't be the same if you was new earth. It just kind of left it there. Creator's kind of hoping they make a change of heart here with the knowledge they lost. We had it the whole time. They killed it out of us, too. Sadly enough. But we can't hold a grudge. It's called forgiveness. They were misdirected, too, unfortunately. Unfortunately. But if they learn, this will never happen again, will it? And that would be best for everybody, including our mother's aunt, Planet Heaven, because she's part of first creation. And it's coming up to time her stewards need to be throwing up shields too, because she's right here for the supernova too. Yeah, they need to deactivate the machines they have and release the souls of men and women. I'm just saying it like they say it. That's top priority here. You know, I read some medical documents once. Yeah, I do too, my dear. God, she couldn't have put that a better way. That's why she carries a wrench around with her everywhere she goes. Mm. You really couldn't have put that a better way. She is good. She is good. She's a very, very intelligent lady right there. She writes books. The chip, yeah, they can shove that chip in the ass. Like I said, man, I got lead pills for them to swallow. They come up my door with a needle or any of that chip shit. Seriously, I mean, I'm not volunteering for any of it, and they're gonna have to fight me to take it because I'm not there. No, no thanks. I've actually investigated that, and holy crap, is that terrifying. And everything I said about it last Christmas, before this shit ever started, has come to fruition. Every fucking word. And I told about the shedding and the more humanism and everything about this whole attacking the central nervous system and everything and making people feel separated and distant emotionally, because it's attacking your nervous system down here that controls your magnet. That's what I'm talking about. I never, it is. It's a beautiful feeling, even in your skin suit, when you start understanding creators actually in every atom, and all you gotta do is relax your magnet, and you can feel it, and it just starts to happen. You're a human being, and you've been taught not to be a human being at all. And once you start understanding physics of yourself a little bit, and it really makes a difference. Yes. Well, Brandon, that's what happens when you fuse a virus to your DNA. It creates a more human version that's easier caught and more virulent, of course, because now it's got you. Now, I've been warning of that for a long time. Also, forgot to mention. Yeah, it's all last year I was telling people about this before wave one happened. I was telling people of lockdown before COVID was even a fucking topic. I gave the exact date of lockdown and then said 2 weeks later we're gonna have lockdown, and then 2 weeks later, because we're out of food. And I was telling people that for a while, running through the grain numbers, and I had no idea that they were going to do 180 nations all at once. I mean, I was impressed. I was like, "Holy fuck me, really?" But Wendy stopped selling beef 2 weeks later. I'll be damned. Yeah, that impressed. Holy shit! I expected the grocery stores to have some deficits in the meat market, but I didn't expect Wendy's to actually have a problem. I was I dropped the microphone that day, walked away. I was like, "Fuck, man!" And then I had some people that I knew in real life. They said, "Nah, it was COVID's." I'm like, and the butcher got sick. I was like, "Okay." Gross shedding. Yeah, well, you know, I saw intent there. That's all I can say. I worked with these people, and I knew the intent here, the plan, and it is a perpetual lockdown till last minute. Um, while putting disaster alert commercials in your face, which I've noticed is damn near every fucking commercial on YouTube at this moment. Have you thought? Oh my God, I have. I've got friends of mine I've been telling for 10 years, look at the moon, we're in trouble. And they got tired of listening. And I don't blame them. Fuck, it's been 10 fucking years. But isn't that funny? That's the length of tribulation, and nobody really knew because I didn't know. I didn't know. I only found out this year, within the last 6 months. And is it a coincidence that they roll this out with the masks and the respirators and all that shit going on at the same time and keep it perpetuated? Now they're rolling out the mark of the beast, etc., which is the needle. Yeah. Well, Brandon, it's quite a game they've been playing for centuries, and you can see someone's upset that I figured out what the hell Toth was telling us. It ain't even that they had omnipresence. They didn't know that they kind of like leave bouncing around. They had the frequency, but that's all and all that shit. But they weren't quite where we were on those walls. They forgot they had that in their own hearts, and it's um, something they need to reflect on. You ain't smoked a bowl yet. I got orange sugar. Oh, you know what you missed, Polly? MaryWanna been holding her breath this whole time. She all purple and shit. Sweet with that orange sugar on it. But look, I got a real marijuana bud. About a whole gram of purple stuff because I walked in and I saw that jar. I was like, the fuck is that? She's like, that's that new purple stuff we got. I was like, can I get a gram? I'm cheating on my grape pie tonight. Aurora Borealis over here. Oh, fucking Derek. Oh my God. Brandon. I mean, you know, mind blown. I really, I can't believe I didn't piece that together a long time ago. But it is what it is. It took me a long time to figure out who really what was. I mean, and people would come at me and be like, "Oh, it's been a long time since he was a billionaire," and I'm all like, "How so?" He still has a company in Oregon that is very much active with Microsoft and Paramount and all these other people he's got listed over there. you know, and how are the birds? You got a trusty one here. Yeah, it was dark black. I had to get some. I was like, damn, yeah. You too, Matt. Have a good night. Um, well, Brandon, the thing is, you see, they've been doing this for centuries, and we've just got the look. He's pretty sloppy. Obviously, he's one of these moguls that has this information we've disclosed, and that's why he's been following me around personally, trying to make my life hell. Um, but like I say, hey, man, I hope he gets his this information to his bosses because this is information they never had. Um, and hopefully we can turn this around because this truly is information that turns demons to angels. And his few thousand people on his YouTube channel. I mean, this man is more influential than Bill Gates. He's got his fingers in everything. So just it's way bigger than that. It's this is about that whole system. It's exposed itself here on YouTube. We know who's behind it. For God's sake, look at him and who he is and what he's doing currently. He's out in Arizona, I guess, in an RV somewhere, or Florida, or wherever he pretending he's a rogue preacher while the whole time he's got this multinational corporation still going on in Oregon that's dealing with the exact he's ex vice fucking president of Paramount and CEO of Microsoft, still consulting with Microsoft and all this. I mean, when did he stop being a billionaire mogul? I haven't seen it. You know, that's yeah, he's still that. He's still that power structure very much. And I was kind of surprised myself. Uh, I'll tell you, just for God's sake, it took me a while to figure out actually this, this guy's fucking really a lot more influential than I gave him credit for. Oh, those bluebirds. They came out good. Look at this. I got another. That's the first thing I'm doing. I'm reseeding the one. I like the way the red came out on the bluebird. I think it came out better on the bluebird than it did the redbird because the redbird's so dark and shit. The blue almost blends in some places. How to make your own birds? You're even going to remove the zip ties. Holy shit. But yeah, I like the way the red came out. So I put the other blue one in because it didn't strike quite like that. So now the other blue one's in the kiln again. It's just sitting in there getting nice and warm, cooking its red up. Hi again, Cat. Thank you. Lady with Church's chicken. No, I don't watch TV, so I don't see commercials. I'm reading the comments, drive by. I got my eye on you, and I'm sure everybody else in here does too. We're not used to having juveniles in here. No, I'm showing them a chess set that I was working on, and I saw your smart ass comment, and I wanted to make sure that you were actually just being a smart ass. How you doing? Are you hitting rocks? Sure sounds like it, child. How old are you? You know you're on a page of people that are at least my age, acting like a fool over here already. You see all those wrenches? They're reading hieroglyphs. Where'd you come from? Why don't you go over here and talk? This is my public page. You're on the wrong page. No, Kevin, they don't like us very much, but that's okay. They look at us as poodles, and I understand that, but I think that's just because they forgot who they are, Kevin. Okay, well, I was just trying to hand you a link in case you hadn't learned how to read a hieroglyph yet. If you're kidding, that's cool. I'm just saying. I think you might have found me on the wrong page. Anyway, I like the way the red came out, and I'm redoing the other blue one. I've got the other red one in here, and the first thing I want to do is reseat it because the bottom of it's got two angles on the bottom and it rocks. So I got to make it better. That's comforting. Then you should know I'm not hitting rock. And I don't drink. I'm pretty damn sober all the time. I just say crazy things like, "Hey, look at your moon." It's doing fucking cartwheels, and it is. Tell me it's not. It is. Oh, thank you. That's not even my design. That's Chad's design. Thank you for reminding me, Polly. One, I've had a bunch of dings. I'll see there's a bunch of people dinging me. Right. I sent Polly a picture the other day. Hmm, it's a pretty sunset.
Yes,
Here we go. I've come to the conclusion that Robert there is probably not actually being funded by Mr. Bros. He's probably a billionaire mogul, just like him, because apparently he has his own brand of brownies out there that I was not aware of. Just saying. I, I thought that was one of the good finds yesterday. I forgot to bring forward. Well, yeah, it is. I mean, you can't deny it. When you look at it, it rise and set. I just, it's not really a joking matter. It's kind of life and death, if you ask me. Little Debbie Mama Brownies. I thought that was fucking awesome. I almost fell down in the grocery store. I was like, oh, Jesus. And who's the first person I thought of? Polly. I was like, oh, Jesus. Here's Carl. Carl got his own fucking llamas. Llama brownies. I have no idea. I have no idea if they're any good. They didn't look all that great. All I could think about was Carl. Fucking Pollyanna. Carl the llama shit. Oh my god. Jesus, that was some funny shit. Fucking llama brownie. The first project tonight I want to work on is a fucking beard glass, but I'm not sure. It's going to be outside. I don't know what motif I want to make it. Definitely color changing. I didn't know it would kill people. Oh, God. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Whew. Orange sunshine. It is just very. It's not crumble either. It's sugar ash. Fucking good shit. Holy crap. Little tiny crystalline nuggets of yum. She's like, I got some orange sugar. I was like, well, let me see that. And she showed me that. I was like, I didn't even ask. I was like, well, yeah, yep. And I was like, well, how much is that? She's like, 15. I was like, double yep. Did you read too much on YouTube? Yeah, that's why I point people off of YouTube usually to go learn stuff. I'll tell you. Good stuff out here in Colorado. Yeah, well, that's Little Debbie cakes with the llama shit. Construction fires, huh? Yeah, they have a lot of rituals, don't they? I'm finding out. They want us divided to the core, and we just got to realize it. That's all. It's not hard. Give somebody their moon. Right now is not really the best time, though. You're gonna have to wait until next cycle. Hopefully, hopefully everything's cool. I can't promise. This isn't my timeline, and we've been graced with an awful lot of warnings every night with that moon flipping for fucking 11 years now almost. Oh gosh. Oh wow. Woo! I just got goosebumps. I hate it when that happens. I just did an actual month count from October 2010, and I'm all like, because I hadn't really even thought about it. You know, you know what April is, don't you? From the time I noticed, I thought it had already passed, kind of, but it hasn't, has it? I mean, like right now is 10 years and a half. Oh, I almost sunk into my seat. I did. I'd never even. Why does it take me so long to figure shit like that out? I should have just sat and thought about it. I mean, it just took me a minute. And as soon as I got goosebumps all the way down down my neck, my shoulders, and everything, I was like, "Ah, wait a minute. Wow. Awful lot of synchronicities. I do too. I was on my knees half the damn time crying that month. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was scared to death. I was freaking out. I knew I had to get me and my 6-year-old out of California. I didn't know how to do it, but we did it. It took me 1 year. October 29th, 2011, we rolled out of California in my little stick shift. I just knew I was too close to the ocean. I didn't have any reference except for that moon was telling me my house was in Australia. I knew better. I watched it for a year and it solidified that I had to get the fuck out of California. And that's what I did. I didn't know tribulations lasted 10 years. I would have hung out in Mono for a while. Had fun with my friends. I miss California. I really would have, but I wouldn't have gone on the path. I would have never worked for Davis. I would have never found out that they actually know. And I would have never been told this whole lockdown scenario and uh, disaster alert commercials. I would have never known how they operate from the inside. I would have never known. And the 4 kids in Texas would still be illegal. It would. Anyway, it happened for a reason. All of it does. So I stopped fighting it. I started realizing that there's a bigger plan at work. Yeah, animals are definitely acting. Welcome back, Matt. UV sun. Well, they speak our language. We forgot. Give them love and calm. You don't have to even say it. Just calm. That's our job. We radiate calm on the magnet. It's more than even the surrounding. I mean, combined, we can create an effect that normally, if we're doing our job all the time, not having to wake each other, in this situation, this is a very happy time. And the animals don't have mass deaths like they have been because we radiate calm through the magnet for them. We do what mom does. That's our job. And we're not doing that. That's why we're seeing mass die-offs. As simple as that. And uh, I've been, she's tickling me. I've been very upset about that for a while and trying to just radiate calm. And because that's at this point, this is what we're supposed to do because she's taking the calm frequency and squelching that shit. So we're the babies. We got to handle our little walking thing for nature while she takes care of everybody. It's the way life is sometimes, but it's symbiotic, it's cooperative, and it's very easy. It's human nature. Well, tribulation's 10 years, 5 months, and it began as the Earth tilted, making the sky roll, October 2010. That's the first time I noticed it was upside down. And every single day since then, it's never stopped. So that's 10 years and 5 months this month, or 6 months this month. I hadn't actually sat down and done the math. I honestly, I was thinking for some reason it was 11 years last month, or last 11 years last year, October. I don't even know why the hell. I was like, well, it's been about 11 years, right? It's 21 will be 11 years. It hasn't been 11 years yet. We're right here. Like I've been saying, we're right here. I thought we were a little bit past, but no, actually, this month, from the time I noticed it anyway, I don't know if I want to go on my timeline. It ain't mine. I'm just telling you. I noticed in October 2010, we were upside down. And yeah, everywhere we look, it's showing up 10 years, 10 years, 5 months. Did you read? Well, they were talking about that a couple years ago too, Janine. I don't know. Is that a new event? Your cat's talking to you. Okay. Thank you, Polly. The Revelation 12 sign I explain about once a week over here. They had the star alignments from the beginning of time to the end of time for every return. It's not a coincidence that they put it in the back of their book. It's called the script. None of that's prophecy. That's script. All of it. I can only point to one prophecy that's true that I can't, man. And half of it's fucking foreseen too is the fucking Native American prophecies. They've seen this before. There's one thing they haven't seen before. Somebody wake up and read these ancient languages with that fucking mark I've had on that damn shoulder of mine for 30 years. They've been talking about it since the cuneiform. And then into Giza, and now out here in the Midwest, it's kind of unnerving when you try to prove yourself out of it, and then you see that there's actually 1,748 hertz in the very center of that fucking thing, and the same placing where it's damn, I can't even say it. It's fucked up, is what it is. It really is. But you know what it is? It's creator. It's a fucking miracle, and that's it. Ain't mine. And like I said, I ain't nobody's fucking messiah. I'm just creator's English teacher, learning how to read our fucking language. It's us that have to come together and heal this world, not me. Somebody running around called me tattooed messiah the other day. It really like struck a nerve. I'm sorry, but I'm not your fucking messiah. We need to come together and do this. And I ain't talking to any of you individually right now. I'm just saying that's why I'm saying that. It's on the back of my mind. Because every time I say some shit, like I know how fucking crazy it sounds. I'm in those fucking shoes. God, it makes my head spin more than anything. But here we are. For God's sake, they wrote about it. I didn't. I didn't write about it. I didn't even. I didn't know I could read hieroglyphs when I was a kid. When me and Wayne was sitting doing the tattoos in his fucking upstairs apartment. I didn't know any of that. It just there it is, and it's more beautiful than just that mark. It's got the Ouroboros. It's got everything. It's creation. Uh, and I didn't even know what I was putting on my arm. It's my chi. I hit you hard and cut you deep because I come straight. I don't take curves. I don't beat around the bush. I didn't know what we were sitting and designing that day. I had no idea that it was going to turn out to be fucking significant in centuries of writings and subsequent the control system of the whole planet, for fuck's sake. I don't even I don't even really have words to describe how I feel about it. I'm just happy creators here and things are changing. I understand what's going on because if I didn't understand what was going on, I'd be shitting my pants right now. I'm glad that our language has been given to us and the understanding, and I'm glad you can go get it separately because you don't need me. That's more definitive proof I'm not your fucking messiah. I'm just a fellow human being that understood a wall, and creator said he was going to make that happen. Okay, I didn't say it. That creator said. I just got in the way of it. I happened to be a geek enough to understand what I was looking at. I was like, oh, that's physics. Because I had never been trained to see a vowel. I looked at the shit and I was like, well, I'll be damned. Look at that. That's all that's happened here that I've done. I stumbled into something that Creator wanted to happen. And I'm not going to be your Messiah, but I'll help you learn how to read English again. Read old school. We should just call that's our old school shit. We're gonna read old school. It's easy. It's physics. Just gonna read a little bit of physics. It's simple physics. Yeah, and I can't imagine once you actually look at it to try to work to hide that if you understand it, because it is the beauty of ourselves, our part in creation and the creator and everything between. Um, that they self-admittedly had no idea what the fuck we were drawing. All they had to do was ask, but they was worried about control and division and using, and they're worried about their fucking people fucking fighting up there and down here because they didn't like doing the labors. And they were like, well, look at these fucking things. They don't talk much. They writing nice stuff. Here, let's change them a little bit. Here we are. They killed us off how many times? Of course, we lost our knowledge. They went into India and China and everywhere else, killing off all of our knowledge. That's our history. We've done that to ourselves for them since Cain and Abel. So we're just as guilty as they are, truly. And half of their fear is us, of course. They have guilt for what they've done, I'm sure, but they can't fear us. So we have to, if they, what's the difference? They need to grow from this and never happen again. Yeah, well, nothing new under the sun, right? And really and truly, there isn't. Physics haven't changed since then. The same reality is here, and we just have better knowledge and a better framework to go by. And it wasn't my making. That's all creator. If you see any brilliance in that, that's creator coming through. I'm telling you, it ain't me. Well, you might be seeing some stuff coming up out the ground for you ain't seen for a while. A lot of harmonics going on. Do I ever? Several times in my life, Pollyanna. I've had verified. One of them in Paramount Prison, Cherry Hill, Philadelphia. Some kids were running in the Paramount Prison behind me while I was working and laughing and shit. And I asked the caregiver guy, and he said that, yeah, that's a women and children's wing for when debtors prison and shit. Well, you might be trying to get help. I just the other day we were sitting here trying to figure out what are we all feeling, and then all of a sudden the answer I got the answer to it after watching my video again. I didn't even realize it was up there in the top bar, and I'm all like, that might be an actual good Google search, huh? Pollyanna, I was in the shower and I got a hologram of my tattoo. Just to make me, hi, Shunka, just to make me certain that that was not a fucking round ball here in the middle of my tattoo. That was actually something I needed to look at a little closer because that was put there specifically because I would never be. I I would still be sweating and staying up at night trying to prove I'm not part of this if that wasn't there. I had to see it myself. Hi, Vigor. Well, they were writing, all those petroglyphs are in the same language of physics. Wood boogers. I've never, I no idea. Like the moon. What? I'm fixing to blow some glass. I've been threatening to for an hour. But Polly came in, big cat, and everybody. You know how it gets. I've got to work. I've got to move. So I need to make as much glass as I can right now. I don't generally have dreams myself. Excuse me. What the hell? South America's going nuts. Holy shit, is mom inducing again? Oh, no. We had an event. Yeah. Well, damn. That's exciting. So, yeah, the show goes on, doesn't it? Yeah. Every now and again, I don't know why I keep expecting it to calm down in Iswa. after after like 3 continuous weeks of this, it gets evident and it keeps getting more and more evident that those are IMF lines right fucking there at 25. Holy shit. And then some and reaching around. Oh my God. See, yeah, interesting. I'm looking at field lines from the front connecting to field lines I'm at. Let me be more specific. Let me freeze it. Let me hang on. It certainly looks like IMF in the front connecting with IMF in the back to me. That is crazy. In the 709, 713 frames. And well, then some, but I mean, from 713 on back, 717 maybe. God, I'm getting goosebumps. That A reached around and touched the cat over here, reaching up at 25. For God's sake, they just They just reached around mom and high five. I believe it there. She's in her red dress. There's some nefarious shit going on here. That's that's what's weird in this wall today. Are you kidding me? Mom just got to reach around. High five. That's some fucked up shit. Okay, got my attention. She said, you need to go look at the porn going on in this wall. Here's an IMF. You know that one that does the little dance in the front? Well, it reached around, mom, and fucking said kapow to the one all the way in the back that reached up around and around and around. I'm all like, that is a lot of reach arounds, all in IMF. Very interesting moment in time there. Wow. Good night, Brandon. Well, the moon is out for the most part of the month, and well, it's bright in the mornings. It's bright all the time. Now at night anymore, but I'm not sure what light you're talking about. Well, yeah, we're seeing that's what that third light is for, and the reason it's so damn bright is because it's bouncing blue too. That's why it looks so damn bright. And our sun is also burning hotter, but I mean, for God's sake, that is ultraviolet effect all over that moon. And yeah, your third eye is definitely in. It's UV sensitive, but it's not. Yeah, I know you know, but I want to reinstate for everybody else. It's not some kind of enlightenment tool. It's a fucking UVI. We're from that blue sun. Our biology was born over there. But yeah, it's starting to you bet, Holly. You're starting to see with your third eye the UV spectrum better. And that's just outside of our vision. That's why that tool's there. We're meant to see a little more than what we do too. That's part of being in our energy and stuff. You bet. That's why we can see energy. Or they talk about being able to see it anyways, and you still can't today because we're in the wrong light. Simple as that. And all that's what I get out of it. Well, Ra is huge. He's still quite a little ways away. Not quite as far as our sun though. And he's hard to see, Paula. And he's a little cocked from these planets. He's a little bit more in the daytime. Um, just opposing the sun. I mean, you can see it at night, early morning, across from the sun. Yeah, a couple. A few, actually. Top, bottom, sides, back. That's why the Chernkov's trapped, because there's magnetic fields keeping it in all the way around at this point. And they've been hiding in them damn shadows for 2 years. You need to go out and look. Yeah. All that shit and the crunch in the front, too, is planetary body. It's like in the early afternoon when on a clear sky, you're looking up and there's a big dark circle up above your head. You're feeling ominous. Guess what? That's really there. It's just right there, keeping its distance. There's Cherenkov between us and it. That's one of the ones Richard and I sat here and looked at a couple months ago. Filled the whole fucking sky. It came out of the shadow. Not only it, but you could see there was another one on the side of it that was casting a separate shadow across the sky. But oh man, Pollyanna, the fucking thing, I saw topography. I felt like I was like gonna fall onto the planet. It was just the whole fucking sky filled up with planets. I was standing there with a 70-some-year-old man that had seen it before. I just didn't know he had seen it before until just the other day. He's like, oh, I've seen it a few times now. I was like, you seen it before then? He's like, yeah. I said, well, I said, I was worried about how you were going to handle it. I said, I'm pretty sure I didn't handle it very well. He goes, no. I was like, well, thanks for the confirmation. Scared the fuck out of me, for fuck's sake. I never seen no shit like that before. And I knew we had shit up there, but I mean, that close. I never, that close. I, and staying there, and just staying there, just fucking sitting there. You kidding me? How does that work? That ain't the way they told me this shit worked. I'm a little confused, but I'm sitting there looking at it, and I have no other. And then I'll start looking at it in the walls, and I'm all like, oh, everybody's just jumping ship and changing boats, and that's what planets do. Amazingly enough, it's fucking amazing. Honestly, it's fucking amazing. It blows my fucking mind. I couldn't imagine me and Richard being the only human beings in the world that saw that shit. Then he told me he's seen it a few times, and I was like, well, fuck, man. Where the fuck was I? I was shitting my pants the first time. Oh, I think I would again. I mean, I swear to God, I'm ready to shit my pants when this happens. I've accepted it. Well, we're affected by certain lights too, Colin. Everything is, you bet. Medically, they've always said that this is a UV sensitive organ. And nobody really made sense out of it because UV doesn't generally reach the Earth, right? Lately, UV's been spiking. So you're starting to get the right light. It's like there's glass right now that if you take it and put it under a fluorescent light, it's pink. If you take it and put it under a incandescent light, it goes a deep purple, and so on. Different colors do that with different lights, frequencies, you bet. That even affects the way you see things. And that's without UV. That's just different generated white light. It's crazy. You have a mushroom slide like that. Yeah, it's some expensive fucking glass too. It's like some of it's like 11, 1,200 bucks a fucking pound. So usually, if a piece has it on there, it's just a couple dots. Yeah, matter couldn't coalesce without frequency. That's what they say. But if we're under our full elements and everything, I mean, we were designed under the blue sod, Becca, and we have longer lives. Yeah, and we determine exactly, Pollyanna, the elements in the atmosphere by the spectrum of its atmosphere. Yep. And that is like that double rainbow. That's two light spectrums side by side. If you're looking at a red rainbow, that is not the same color spectrum as Roy G. Biv. That's undebatable right there. Proof that that is not coming from our sun. Good morning, Freeman. Just that in that light frequency that you're looking for, it's in those rainbows. That's showing up all over the world too. All that light spectrum stuff in the clouds. There's multicolored clouds going around and shit. Planet X Hunter was showing that shit today. Pink and orange. I'm like, yeah, totally different spectrums over here. How you doing this morning? We're fixing to listen to some Gilgamesh. Yeah, if we had more nitrogen in our atmosphere, our sky would be green, for example. The oxygen molecule is blue, sky blue, as a matter of fact. I know that because I've worked with liquid oxygen quite a lot. I work with oxygen, period. And liquid oxygen is sky blue. It's cold as fuck. Well, it's longer wave. Red is. But that side to side rainbow thing is a giveaway that you're looking at two light spectrums out of one prism. Oh my God, that looks like fresh avocado. How's the light being affected? It's being combined with the red sun behind ours, which is also putting off all those galactic particles NASA's been excited about. And the blue spectrum coming out of Ra on the cocked end of this, because he's coming up behind us and off to the side a little bit. So you're getting a pretty good spectrum, 3 spectrums. That's why your light looks different, especially at night, because at some point, Ra is the only light you're getting, and everything around you that's white is looking pretty bright. But like when you've had black lights, it's pretty much what Ra is. Turn on your light, and it looks like you turned your black light off. Yeah. Well, the corn, the birds, the fucking shadows on a moonless night is kind of curious. Double shadows going down the highway in the day at in the later afternoon. One side of the truck has a shadow that's nice and dark. The other side of the shadow has almost the same angle, a lighter shadow. I've seen truckers taking videos of this being like, do you see what I see? And it had the debunking crowd be all like, oh, that's lights on the side of the road. And I'm all like, he's on the fucking freeway in the middle of the day, going north and south. And he's got a shadow on either side of the truck in front of him for miles and miles and miles, uninterrupted. It's not like it's moving like it would be if the light was casting a shadow on it. You know what I mean? Your shadow moves when you go to and by and then from and away from the fucking light. Your shadow moves. It chases you on down the road. That's not what was happening here. This is a steady shadow moving with the fucking truck on both sides of the fucking truck. And I'm like, yeah, I see what's going on there. And I got that all over my Facebook page. Or you go to bed. Good night. Good night, sick. Well, as I understand, we kind of have to be a moon for a little while. I'm not sure what that looks like, Pollyanna. Except that we get 3 days of light and 3 days of darkness. So there is um, a different light cycle. I don't know how long that's going to last. From everything I've read, and the feeling I get is uh, Horus is going to do this supernova thing, and she is going to actually, will eventually end up on him again. The red Kachina. And the legends speak of it as if that's a horribly horrible thing, because it's not. By the time we roll over there, he'll be a blue sun too. After this supernova, he's fixing to pop off with all 3 of these things. Now, what the orbit looks like over there, I don't know, but I'm sure he's got a trap for us to jump boat. And apparently, they are these. Look, these things been behind us for a while. I visually confirmed it. About what, a year and a half ago. Um, that there's fucking huge things behind this, and so's a lot of other folks. But it's amazing how well they can hide in a fucking shadow, isn't it? That leaves you to be. It just goes to reinforce that yeah, these things are actually sentient beings that we're dealing with. Because I couldn't drive that well. Magnetic field changes, and migrant birds and fish are freaking out. They're dying in mass packs. In the electrum, yep. Yeah, everything's responding to this, Pollyanna. All of nature is off schedule from normal uh, and hungry. Yeah, the whales, they are beaching themselves, and dolphins, and all the electromagnetic animals. Like I said, they're panicking and they're dying. And we're supposed to be emitting calm around the globe in unison to help when mom's calm frequency disappears. And that's why we're doing the baby step, because that is one of our main jobs in the world. And we're just not doing it. And it's that easy to do. That's why you have a UVI ball or eye processor, UV sensor in your head. We'll be able to see energy fields and shit again because we'll be in the right light. You bet. We'll be okay. Not yet, Shunka, but we're working on it. And we got to get it in our hearts. I'm trying. So are you. Everybody is. I'm just saying. We're getting more and more. Well, Shunka, look, I'm going to have to go mobile soon. I'm, you know, I'm going to have to leave here. And I'm not leaving here for another house. It's not that time. I have places to visit and ask why they're not waking their people because we need this now. We need calm. We need our hearts together, undivided, straight and narrow, with creation in physics. Or number one, yeah, all the animals are freaking out. We can't allow that. Number two, you ain't getting in your deep kivas without it. That's just the way it goes. And we got a job to do. I'm feeling it, Pollyanna. I didn't see it coming that way, but if that's the way it comes, that's the way it comes. As soon as I realized it was escalating and I was going to have to give my landlord his house online, I figured it was going to be time to move. But I'm not going to try and hide that from nobody, especially my friend, Mr. Landlord. He's been a friend of mine for since I moved into this place. He's been a good and fair person. That's his button-up little shirts I wear because he gave me the shirt off his back when I went over and helped him. Got my shirt dirty. You know what I mean? Let me take a shower at his place and shit. He's a good man. He gives me time. credit for doing the brickwork when I was having a hard time. The children of creation. It includes women too. That's a beautiful thing. It doesn't exclude anybody with a heart. No heart is more precious than the next. Male or female, whatever color you are, religion, sex, all of that. It's all encompassing in creation. It's not insulting to any life. Mm. If we do it right, we just gotta do it right again. That's all. Yeah, it's pretty amazing once you start understanding this is actually in your biology too, Janine. It's not a scary thing. We're going to original design. We're going to actually work like we used to or should with our biology in the right light, in the right frequencies, and all that shit. It's pretty fucking exciting. uh, I mean, for how long they've been talking about that third eye, and they didn't know what it was for. It's UV sensitive. It took up to our eyeballs and all that shit, and they couldn't find a use for it. Well, I think one has presented itself. And that kind of explains how we were seeing energy lines and stuff like that, because we'd be in a totally light. Like I said, that the glass, it turns purple depending on if, and that's not even UV, that's just a different white light. You know, if you take incandescent to fluorescent, it changes the color of the glass. So you're going to change what you see, and you're going to see things that you haven't seen in your life. It's going to become the new normal. And seeing auras and energies around each other, we're going to see colors we haven't seen before. You bet. And that's just physics. It's, yeah, wow, bang. I say, yeah, being able to see energy fields. It's like that. And yeah, all creation grows from learning and experiencing. That's what this is about. And hopefully the whole planet here and the whole planet there, and we can heal and grow together from henceforth as children in creation. If not, we're going to be zapped pretty bad. But once you realize and then sit and you realize, it's like, holy crap. Like I said, once this is in your heart, once this is in your head, and you see the proof of this, that's why I keep giving that first link out. You need to work that up all the way on my page. And you, for goodness sake, man, once you know this, there's only one choice left in your heart. Oh my God, when do we start? Well, right now. Emit calm. Help these animals out. And just emit calm. That's a field we need to, or an energy we need to create in the field, because mom's spiking hers. Nice, Daniel. It's not Pat's feet. Sounds like little baby feet. Oh, you going to go hunting again? Nice, Polly. There probably is, Janine. I don't know. I haven't figured that one out. I know what that UV sensor's for, though. We'll have to become mindful of that, too. You know, there's a magnet signature coming out of that thing. Check and see what's going on up here. He must be going to bed. Realize he's. I know what it is. Here, pick this up anyway. Oh, shit. I'm about rude on her. I forgot you're listening to Gilgamesh. I want to listen to this too. I'll be right back.
Speaking of him, they said, he is spit of Gilgamesh. He is shorter. He is bigger of bone. This is the one who was reared on the milk of wild beasts. His is the greatest strength. The men rejoiced. Now Gilgamesh has met his match. This great one, this hero, whose beauty is like a god. He is a match, even for Gilgamesh. In Uruk, the bridal bed was made, fit for the goddess of love. The bride waited for the bridegroom. And in the night, Gilgamesh got up and came to the house. Then Enkidu stepped out. He stood in the street and blocked the way. Mighty Gilgamesh came on, and Enkidu met him at the gate. He put out his foot and prevented Gilgamesh from entering the house. So they grappled, holding each other like bulls. They broke the doorposts, and the wall shook. They snorted like bulls locked together. They shattered the doorposts, and the wall shook. Gilgamesh bent his knee with his foot planted on the ground, and with a turn, Enkidu was thrown. Then immediately, his fury died. When Enkidu was thrown, he said to Gilgamesh, "There is not another like you in the world. Ninsun, who is as strong as a wild ox in the byre. She was the mother who bore you. Now you are raised above all men, and Enlil has given you the kingship, for your strength surpasses the strength of men." So Enkidu and Gilgamesh embraced, and their friendship was sealed. Enlil of the mountain, the father of the gods, had decreed the destiny of Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh dreamed, and Enkidu said, "The meaning of the dream is this. Father of the gods has given you kingship. Such is your destiny. Everlasting life is not your destiny. Because of this, do not be sad at heart. Do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose. Be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over the people, victory in battle from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before Shamash." The eyes of Enkidu were full of tears, and his heart was sick. He sighed bitterly, and Gilgamesh met his eye and said, "My friend, why do you sigh so bitterly?" But Enkidu opened his mouth and said, "I am weak. My arms have lost their strength. The cry of sorrow sticks in my throat. I am oppressed by idleness." It was then that the Lord Gilgamesh turned his thoughts to the country of the living. On the land of cedars, the Lord Gilgamesh reflected. He said to his servant Enkidu, "I have not established my name stamped on bricks as my destiny decreed. Therefore I will go to the country where the cedar is filled. I will set up my name in the place where the names of famous men are written. And where no man's name is written, yet I will raise a monument to the gods. Because of the evil that is in the land, we will go to the forest and destroy the evil. For in the forest lives Humbaba, whose name is Hugeness, a ferocious giant. But Enkidu sighed bitterly and said, when I went with the wild beasts ranging through the wilderness, I discovered the forest. Its length is 10,000 leagues in every direction. Enlil has appointed Humbaba to guard it and armed him in sevenfold terrors. Terrible to all flesh is Humbaba. When he roars, it is like a torrent of the storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. He guards the cedars so well, when the wild heifer stirs in the forest, though she is 60 leagues distant, he hears her. What man would willingly walk into that country and explore its depths? I tell you, weakness overpowers whoever goes near it. It is not an equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba. He is a great warrior, a battering ram. Gilgamesh, the watchman of the forest, never sleeps. Gilgamesh replied, where is the man who can clamber to heaven? Only the gods live forever with glorious Shamash. But as for us men, our days are numbered. Our occupations are a breath of wind. How is this? Already you are afraid. I will go first, although I am your lord, and you may safely call out. Forward, there is nothing to fear. Then, if I fall, I leave behind me a name that endures. Men will say of me, Gilgamesh has fallen in fight with ferocious Humbaba. Long after the child has been born in my house, they will say, and remember. Enkidu spoke again to Gilgamesh. Oh, my lord, if you will enter that country, go first to the hero Shamash. Tell the sun god, for the land is his. The country where the cedar is cut belongs to Shamash. Gilgamesh took up a kid, white without spot, and a brown one with it. He held them against his breast, and he carried them into the presence of the sun. He took in his hand his silver scepter, and he said to glorious Shamash, I am going to that country, O Shamash. I am going. My hands supplicate. So let it be well with my soul, and bring me back to the key of Uruk. Grant, I beseech, your protection, and let the omen be good. Glorious Shamash answered, Gilgamesh, you are strong, but what is the country of the living to you? Oh, Shamash, hear me. Hear me, Shamash, let my voice be heard. Here in the city, man dies, oppressed and hard. Man perishes with despair in his heart. I have looked over the wall, and I see the bodies floating on the river, and that will be my lot also. Indeed, I know it is so, for whoever is tallest among men cannot reach the heavens, and the greatest cannot encompass the earth. Therefore, I would enter that country, because I have not established my name stamped on brick as my destiny decreed. I will go to the country where the cedar is cut. I will set up my name where the names of famous men are written. And where no man's name is written, I will raise a monument to the gods. Tears ran down his face, and he said, Alas, it is a long journey that I must take to the land of Humbaba. If this enterprise is not to be accomplished, why did you move me, Shamash, with the restless desire to perform it? How can I succeed if you will not succor me? If I die in that country, I will die without rancor. But if I return, I will make a glorious offering of gift and of praise to Shamash. So Shamash accepted the sacrifice of his being. Like the compassionate man, he showed him mercy. He appointed strong allies for Gilgamesh, sons of one mother, and stationed them in the mountain cave. The great wind he appointed, the north wind, the whirlwind, the storm and the icy wind, the tempest and the scorching wind, like vipers, like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and a lightning's fork. Such were they, and Gilgamesh rejoiced. He went to the forge and said, I will give orders to the armorers. They shall cast us our weapons while we watch them. So they gave orders to the armorers, and the craftsmen sat down in confidence. They went into the groves of the plain and cut willow and boxwood. They cast for them axes of 90 pounds, and great swords they cast, with blades of 60 pounds each one, with pommels and hilts of 30 pounds. They cast for Gilgamesh the axe, might of heroes, and the bow of Anshan. And Gilgamesh was armed and Enkidu, and the weight of the arms they carried was 30 pounds. The people collected, and the councillors in the streets and in the marketplace of Uruk. They came through the gate of 7 bolts, and Gilgamesh spoke to them in the marketplace. I, Gilgamesh, go to see that creature of whom such things are spoken, the rumor of whose name fills the world. I will conquer him in his cedar wood, and show the strength of the sons of Uruk. All the world shall know of it. I am committed to this enterprise, to climb the mountain, to cut down the cedar, and leave behind me an enduring name. The councillors of Uruk, the great market, answered him, Gilgamesh, you are young. Your courage carries you too far. You cannot know what this enterprise means, which you plan. We have heard that Humbaba is not like men who die. His weapons are such that none can stand against them. The forest stretches for 10,000 leagues in every direction. Who would willingly go down to explore its depths? As for Humbaba, when he roars, it is like the torrent of a storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. Why do you crave to do this thing, Gilgamesh? There's no equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba, that flattering man. When he heard these words of the councillors, Gilgamesh looked at his friend and laughed. How shall I answer them? Shall I say I am afraid of Humbaba? I will sit at home all the rest of my days? Then Gilgamesh opened his mouth again and said to Enkidu, my friend, let us go to the great palace, to Egalma, and stand before Ninsun the queen. Ninsun is wise with deep knowledge. She will give us counsel for the road we must go. They took each other by the hand as they went to Egalma, and they went to Ninsun, the great queen. Gilgamesh approached. He entered the palace and spoke to Ninsun. Ninsun, will you listen to me? I have a long journey to go, to the land of Humbaba. I must travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. From the day I go until I return, till I reach the cedar forest and destroy the evil which Shamash abhors. Pray for me to Shamash. Ninsun went into her room. She put on a dress becoming to her body. She put on jewels to make her breast beautiful. She placed a tiara on her head, and her skirts swept the ground. Then she went up to the altar of the sun, standing upon the roof of the palace. She burnt incense and lifted her arms to Shamash as the smoke ascended. Oh, Shamash, why did you give this restless heart to Gilgamesh, my son? Why did you give? You have moved him, and now he sets out on a long journey to the land of Humbaba, travel an unknown road, and fight a strange battle. Therefore, from the day that he goes to the day he returns, until he reaches the cedar forest, until he kills Humbaba and destroys the evil thing which you, Shamash, abhor, do not forget him, but let the dawn, Aya, your dear bride, remind you always. And when day is done, give him to the watchman of the night to keep him from harm. Then Ninsun, the mother of Gilgamesh, extinguished the incense, and she called to Enkidu with this exhortation: Strong Enkidu, you are not the child of my body, but I will receive you as my adopted son. You are my other child, like the foundlings they bring to the temple. Serve Gilgamesh as a foundling serves the temple and the priestess who reared him. In the presence of my women, my votaries and hierophants, I declare it. And she placed the amulet for a pledge round his neck. And she said to him, I entrust my son to you. Bring him back to me safely. And now they brought to them the weapon. They put in their hands the great swords in their golden scabbards, and the bow and the quiver. Gilgamesh took the axe. He slung the quiver from his shoulder, and the bow of Ansham, and buckled the sword to his belt. And so they were armed and ready for the journey. Now all the people came and pressed on them and said, When will you return to the city? The councillors blessed Gilgamesh and warned him, Do not trust too much in your own strength. Be watchful. Restrain your blows at first. The one who goes in front protects his companion. The good guide who knows the way guards his friend. Let Enkidu lead the way. He knows the road to the forest. He has seen Humbaba and is experienced in battles. Let him press first into the passes. Let him be watchful and look to himself. Let Enkidu protect his friend and guard his companion and bring him safe through the pitfalls of the road. We, the councillors of Uruk, entrust our king to you, O Enkidu. Bring him back safely to us. Again to Gilgamesh they said, May Shamash give you your heart's desire. May he let you see with your eyes the thing accomplished which your lips have spoken. May he open a path for you where it is blocked, and a road for your feet to tread. May he open the mountains for your crossing, and may the nighttime bring you the blessings of night. And Lugulbanda, your guardian god, stand beside you for victory. May you have victory in the battle, as though you fought with a child. Wash your feet in the river of Humbaba, to which you are journeying. In the evening, dig a well, and let there always be pure water in your water skin. Offer cold water to Shamash, and do not forget Lugulbanda. Then Enkidu opened his mouth and said, Forward, there is nothing to fear. Follow me, for I know the place where Humbaba lives, and the paths where he walks. Let the councillors go back. Here is no cause for fear. When the councillors heard this, they sped the hero on his way. Go, Gilgamesh. May your guardian god protect you on the road and bring you safely back to the key of Uruk. After 20 leagues, they broke their fast. After another 30 leagues, they stopped for the night. 50 leagues they walked in one day. In 3 days they had walked as much as a journey of a month and 2 weeks. They crossed 7 mountains before they came to the gate of the forest. Then Enkidu called out to Gilgamesh, Do not go down into the forest. When I opened the gate, my hand lost its strength. Gilgamesh answered him, Dear friend, do not speak like a coward. Have we got the better of so many dangers and traveled so far to turn back at last? You who are tried in wars and battles, hold close to me now, and you will feel no fear of death. Keep beside me, and your weakness will pass. Your trembling will leave your hand. Would my friend rather stay behind? No, we will go down together into the heart of the forest. Let your courage be roused by the battle to come. Forget death and follow me, a man resolute in action, the one who is not foolhardy. The two go together. Each will protect himself and shield his companion. And if they fall, they leave an enduring name. Together, they went down into the forest, and they came to the Green Mountain. There they stood still. They were struck dumb. They stood still and gazed at the forest. They saw the height of the cedar. They saw the way into the forest and the track where Humbaba was used to walk. The way was broad and the going was good. They gazed at the mountain of cedars, the dwelling place of the gods and the throne of Ishtar. The hugeness of the cedar rose in front of the mountain. Its shade was beautiful, full of comfort. Mountain and glade were green.
It rose before the mountain.
There Gilgamesh dug a well before the setting sun.
Huge and shaded it.
He went up the mountain and poured out fine meal on the ground and said, "O mountain dwelling of the gods, bring me a favorable dream." Then they took each other by the hand and lay down to sleep. And sleep that flows from the night lapped over him. Gilgamesh dreamed, and at midnight sleep left him, and he told his dream to his friend. Enkidu, what was it that woke me, if you did not? My friend, I have dreamt the dream. Stop, look at the mountain precipice. Sleep that God sent me is broken. Oh, my friend, what a dream I have had. Terror and confusion. I seized hold of a wild bull in the wilderness. It bellowed and beat up the dust till the whole sky was dark. My arm was seized and my tongue bitten. I fell back on my knee. Then someone refreshed me with water from his water skin. Enkidu said,
Right on.
"Dear friend, the god to whom we are traveling is no wild
It's going to
bull.
be hopefully
Though
beer
his form
glass.
is mysterious.
But
That wild
nice
bull which you
Rachel's
saw
pattern.
is Shamash, the protector. In our moment of peril, he will take our hands. The one who gave water from his water skin. That is your own god. He cares for your good name.
I'll be right back.
Your Lugulbanda. United with him, together we will accomplish a work, the fame of which will never die." Gilgamesh said, "I dreamed again. We stood in a deep gorge of the mountain, and beside it we two were like the smallest of swamp flies. And suddenly the mountain fell. It struck me and caught my feet from under me. Then came an intolerable light blazing out, and in it was one whose grace and whose beauty were greater than the beauty of this world. He pulled me out from under the mountain. He gave me water to drink. My heart was comforted, and he set my feet on the ground." Then Enkidu, the child of the plains, said, "Let us go down from the mountain and talk this thing over together." He said to Gilgamesh, the young god, "Your dream is good. Your dream is excellent. The mountain which you saw is Humbaba. Now surely we will seize and kill him and throw his body down as the mountain fell on the plain." The next day, after 20 leagues, they broke their fast, and after another 30, they stopped for the night. They dug a well before the sun had set, and Gilgamesh ascended the mountain. He poured out fine meal on the ground and said, "O mountain dwelling of the gods, send a dream for Enkidu. Make him a favorable dream." The mountain fashioned a dream for Enkidu. It came an ominous dream. A cold shower passed over him. It caused him to cower like the mountain barley under a storm of rain. But Gilgamesh sat with his chin on his knees, till the sleep which flows over all mankind lapped over him. Then at midnight, sleep left him. He got up and said to his friend, "Did you call me? Or why did I wake? Did you touch me? Or why am I terrified? Did not some god pass by? For my limbs are numb with fear." I saw a third dream. This dream
Little stuffed crust pizza.
frightful. Heavens roared and the earth roared again. Daylight
With
failed.
mixed berry
Darkness fell.
dessert
Lightnings flashed.
on my
Fire
bagel.
blazed out.
Not that I'm bringing out with her.
They rained down death. Then the brightness departed. The fire went out. And all was turned to ashes, fallen about us. Let us go down from the mountain and talk this over, and consider what we should do. When they had come down from the mountain, Gilgamesh seized the axe in his hand. He felled the cedar. When Humbaba heard the noise far off, he was enraged. He cried out, "Who is this that has violated my woods, cut down my cedar?" But glorious Shamash called
Get him,
unto
Humbaba.
him, "Go forward, do not be afraid." But now Gilgamesh was overcome by weakness, for sleep had seized him suddenly. A profound sleep held him. He lay on the ground, stretched out, speechless, as though in a dream. When Enkidu touched him, he did not rise. When he spoke to him, he did not reply. Oh, Gilgamesh, lord of the plain of Kula, the world grows dark. The shadows have spread over it. Now is the glimmer of dusk. Shamash has departed. His bright head is quenched in the bosom of his mother, Indal. Oh, Gilgamesh, how long will you lie like this, asleep? Never let the mother who gave you birth be forced in mourning into the city square. At length, Gilgamesh heard him. He put on his breastplate. The voice of heroes, of 30 shekels weight. He put it on as though it had been a light garment that he carried, and it covered him altogether. He straddled the earth like a bull that snuffs the ground, and his teeth were clenched. By the life of my mother Ninsun, who gave me birth, and by the life of my father, divine Lugulbanda, let me live to be the wonder of my mother, as when she nursed me on her lap. A second time he said to him, by the life of Ninsun, my mother who gave me birth, and by the life of my father, divine Lugulbanda, until we have fought this man, if man he is, this God, if God he is, the way that I took to the country of the living will not turn back to the city. Then Enkidu, the faithful companion, pleaded, answering him, oh my lord, you do not know this monster. That is the reason you are not afraid. I who know him, I am terrified. His teeth are dragons, and his countenance is like a lion. His charge is the rushing of a flood. In his look, it crushes alike the trees of the forest and weeds of the swamp. Oh, my lord, you may go on if you choose into this land, and I will go back to the city. I will tell the lady your mother all your glorious deeds, and she shouts for joy. And then I will tell the death that followed. She weeps with bitterness. But Gilgamesh said, immolation and sacrifice are not yet for me. The boat of the dead shall not go down, nor the 3-ply cloth be cut for my shrouding. Not yet will my people be desolate, nor the fire be lit in my house, and my dwelling burnt from the fire. Today give me your aid, and you shall have mine. What then can go amiss with us two? All living creatures born of the flesh shall sit at last in the boat of the west, and when it sinks, when the boat of Magillum sinks, they are gone, and we shall go forward to fix our eyes on this monster. If your heart is fearful, throw away fear. If there is terror in it, throw away terror. Take your axe in your hand and attack. He who leaves the fight unfinished is not at peace. Humbaba came out from his strong house of cedar. Then Enkidu called out, "O Gilgamesh, remember now your boasts in Uruk. Forward, attack, son of Uruk. There is nothing to fear." When he heard these words, his courage rallied. He answered, "Make haste. Close in. If the watchman is there, do not let him escape to the woods where he will vanish." He rested on the first of his 7 splendors, and not yet the other 6. Let us trap him before he is armed. Like a raging wild bull, he snuffed the ground. The watchman of the woods turned full of threatenings. He cried out. Humbaba came from his strong house of cedar. He nodded his head and shook it, menacing Gilgamesh. And on him he fastened his eye, the eye of death. Then Gilgamesh called to Shamash, and his tears were flowing. "Oh, glorious Shamash, I have followed the road you commanded, but now that you send no succor, how shall I escape?" Glorious Shamash heard his prayer, and he summoned the great wind, the north wind, the whirlwind, the storm and the icy wind, the tempest and the scorching wind. They came like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork. The 8 winds rose up against Humbaba. They beat against his eyes. He was gripped, unable to go forward or back. Gilgamesh shouted, "By the might of Ninsun, my mother, and divine Nugulbanda, my father, in the country of the living, in this land I have discovered your dwelling. My weak arms and my small weapons I have brought to this land against you, and now I will enter your house." So he felled the first cedar, and they cut the branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain. At the first stroke, Humbaba blazed out, but still they advanced. They felled 7 cedars and cut and bound the branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain. And 7 times Humbaba loosed his glory on them. As the 7th blaze died out, they reached his lair. He slapped his thigh in scorn. He approached like a noble wild bull roped on the mountain, a warrior whose elbows are bound together. The tears started to his eyes, and he was pale. Let me speak. I have never known a mother, no, nor a father who reared me. I was born of a mountain. We reared me, and Enlil made me the keeper of this forest. Let me go free, Gilgamesh. I will be your servant. You shall be my lord. All the trees of the forest that I tended on the mountain have been yours. I will cut them down and build you a palace. He took him by the hand and led him to his house, so that the heart of Gilgamesh was moved with compassion. He swore by the heavenly life, by the earthly life, by the underworld itself. Oh, Enkidu, should not the snared bird return to its nest, and the captive man return to his mother's arms? Enkidu answered, "The strongest of men will fall to fate if he has no judgment. Namtar, the evil fate that knows no distinction between men, will devour him. If the snared bird returns to its nest, if the captive man returns to his mother's arms, then you, my friend, will never return to the city where the mother is waiting who gave you birth. You will bar the mountain road against you and make the pathways impassable." Humbaba said, "Enkidu, you have spoken with evil. You are hireling, dependent for your bread. In envy and for fear of a rival, you have spoken evil words." Enkidu said, "Do not listen, Gilgamesh. This Humbaba must die. Kill Humbaba first, and his servants after." But Gilgamesh said, "If we have him blaze in the glory of light, it will put out in confusion. Glory and glamour will vanish. Its rays will be quenched." Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, Not so, my friend. First is past the bird, and where shall the chicks run then? Afterwards we can search out the glory and the glamour, when the chicks run distracted through the grass. Gilgamesh listened to the word of his companion. He took the axe in his hand, he drew the sword from his belt, and he struck Humbaba with a thrust of the sword to the neck. And Enkidu, his comrade, struck the second blow. At the third blow, Humbaba fell. Then there followed confusion, for this was the guardian of the forest whom they had felled to the ground. For as far as 2 leagues, the cedars shivered when Enkidu felled the watcher of the forest. He at whose voice Hermon and Lebanon used to tremble. Now the mountains were moved, and all the hills, for the guardian of the forest was killed. They attacked the cedars. The 7 splendors of Humbaba were extinguished. So they pressed on into the forest, bearing the sword of 8 talents. They uncovered the sacred dwellings of the Anunnaki, and while Gilgamesh felled the first of the trees of the forest, Enkidu cleared their roots as far as the banks of Euphrates. They set Humbaba before the gods. Before Enlil, they kissed the ground and dropped the shroud.
That's a nice
and
rake
set
too.
the head before him.
Nice detailed rake.
When he saw the head of Humbaba, Enlil raged.
It's gonna be sick. Pour a dark beer in that one time.
Do this thing? From henceforth, may the fire in your faces. May it eat the bread you eat. May it drink where you drink. Then Enlil took again the blaze and the 7 splendors that had been Humbaba's. He gave the first to the river, and he gave to the lion, to the stone of execration, to the mountain, and to the dreaded daughter of the queen of hell. O Gilgamesh, king and conqueror of the dreadful blaze, wild bull who plunders the mountain, who crosses the sea, glory to him. And from the brave, the greater glory is Enki's. Gilgamesh washed out his long locks and cleaned his weapon. He flung back his hair from his shoulders. He threw off his stained clothes and changed them for new. He put on his royal robes and made them fast. When Gilgamesh had put on the crown, glorious Ishtar lifted her eyes, seeing the beauty of Gilgamesh.
Still a little hot.
Come to me. Be my bride.
Okay. Time to take a fucking break.
You shall be my
The tool I need to grab is about 300, 350. I'd say. It's a little warm. Oh my god. In the dungeon.
The draft. When you enter our house in the fragrance of sea,
pizza.
threshold and throne is kings, rulers, and princes bow down before you. They shall bring you tribute from the mountains and the plains.
Nice.
Your ewes shall drop twins, your goats triplets, your pack-cats shall outrun mules, your oxen shall have no rivals, your chariot horses shall be famous far off for their swiftness. Gilgamesh opened his mouth and answered glorious Ishtar, if I take you in marriage, what gifts can I give in return? What ointments and clothing for your body? I would gladly give you bread and all sorts of food fit for a god. I would give you wine to drink, fit for a queen. I would pour out barley to stuff your granary. But as for making me my wife, that I will not. How would it go with me? Your lovers have found you like a brazier which smoulders in the cold, a back door which keeps out neither squall of wind nor storm, a castle which crushes the garrison, pitch that blackens the bearer, a water skin that chafes the carrier. a stone which falls from the parapet, a battering ram turned back from the enemy, a sandal that trips the wearer. Which
It
of your
must.
lovers?
We got to stop it. We're the ones killing each other. I agree.
What shepherd of yours has pleased you for all time? Listen to me while I tell you the tale of your lovers. There was Tammuz, the lover of your youth. For him you decreed wailing year after year. You loved the many-colored roller, but still you struck and broke his wing.
It's a good
Now in the
possibility,
grove
Kevin.
he sits and cries, Happy, happy, my wing, my wing. You have loved the lion, tremendous in strength. 7 pits you dug for him, and 7. You have loved the stallion, magnificent in battle, and for him you decreed whip and spur and a thong to gallop 7 leagues by force, and to muddy the water before he drinks. And for his mother, Selili, lamentations. You have loved the shepherd of the flock. He made meal cake for you day after day. He killed kids for your sake. You struck and turned him into a wolf. Now his own herd boys chase him away. His own hounds worry his flanks. And did you not love Ishulanu, the gardener of your father's palm grove? He brought you baskets filled with dates without end. Every day he loaded your table. Then you turned your eyes on him and said, Dearest Ishulanu, come here to me. Let us enjoy your manhood. Come forward and take me. I am yours. Ishulanu answered, What are you asking from me? My mother has baked and I have eaten. Why should I come to such as you for food that is tainted and rotten? When was a screen of rushes sufficient protection from frosts? And when you had heard his answer, you struck him. He was changed to a blind mole deep in the earth, one whose desire is always beyond his reach. And if you and I should be lovers, should not I be served in the same fashion as all these others whom you loved once?
Wow.
When Ishtar heard this, she fell into a bitter rage. She went
Polarity
up to
map,
high
anybody?
her tears poured down in front of her father Anu and Antum, her mother. She said, My father, Gilgamesh, has heaped insults on me. He has told over all my abominable behavior, my foul and hideous acts. Anu opened his mouth and said, Are you a father of gods? Did not you quarrel with Gilgamesh, the king, so now he has related your abominable behavior, your foul and hideous acts? Ishtar opened her mouth and said again, My father,
I gotta
to destroy him.
I gotta look at more of this.
Fill Gilgamesh, I say, with arrogance to his destruction. And if you refuse to give me the bull of heaven, I will break in the doors of hell and smash the bolts. There will be confusion.
We got a line of arrows,
with
like
those
here's
from the lower
Earth,
depths.
and then there's
I shall bring
fuckery
up
going
the
this
dead
way,
to eat
and then there's a
food
whole
like
line of
the
arrows that's just like,
the hosts
boop,
of dead
and then
will
all of
outnumber
it's
the
going
living.
this way now. I'm like, oh my God, it's crazy.
If I do what you desire, there will be 7 years of drought
Oh my God.
throughout Europe. When
I've been lined up like that for a
husks.
few hours. No.
Have you saved grain enough for the people and grass for the cattle?
I've never seen it do that.
I have saved grain for people, grass for the cattle. For 7 years of seedless husks, there is grain and there is grass enough. When Anu heard what Ishtar had said, he gave her the bull of heaven to lead by the halter down to Uruk. When they reached the gates of Uruk, the bull went to the river. With his first snort, cracks opened in the earth, and 100 young men fell down to death. With his second snort, cracks opened, and 200 fell down to death. With his third snort, cracks opened. Enkidu doubled over but instantly recovered. He dodged aside and leapt on the bull and seized it by the horns. The bull of heaven foamed in his face. It brushed him with the thick of its tail. Enkidu cried to Gilgamesh, My friend, we boasted that we should leave enduring names behind us. Now, thrust in your sword between the nape and the horns. So Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of its tail. He thrust the sword between the nape and the horns and slew the bull. When they had killed the bull of heaven, they cut out its heart and gave it to Shamash. And the brothers rested. But Ishtar rose up and mounted the great wall of Uruk. She sprang onto the tower and uttered a curse.
She got pissed.
Woe to Gilgamesh, for he has scorned me in killing the bull of heaven.
Oh, shit.
When Enkidu heard these words, he tore out the bull's right thigh and tossed it in her face, saying, if I could lay my hands on you,
chili.
it is this I should do to you, lash the entrails to your side. Then Ishtar called together
we're going to have another one.
The dancing and singing girls, the prostitutes of the temple, the courtesan.
God, that was right
over the thigh.
When I said it was going to be too.
She set up
over
lamentation.
5'8". 5'8's over 5.
Called the smiths, the armorers, all of them together. They admired the immensity of the horns. They were plated with lapis lazuli, 2 fingers thick. They were
Not
30
where I said
pounds
it
each
was.
in weight, and their capacity in oil was 6 measures, which he gave to his guardian god, Nagulbanda. But he carried the horns into the palace and hung them on the wall. Then they washed their hands in Euphrates.
Oh, they had a couple over here anyway.
And went away.
So
they drove through the streets of Uruk, where the heroes were gathered to see them. And Gilgamesh called to the singing girls, who is the most glorious of the heroes?
And then
who is most eminent among men? Gilgamesh is the most glorious of heroes. Gilgamesh is most eminent among men. Now
that's the one I was
and celebrations and joy in the palace. Till the heroes lay down, saying,
so I guess we hit 3 different spots.
When the daylight came, Enkidu got up and cried to Gilgamesh, oh, my brother, such a dream I had last night. Anu, Enlil, Ea, and heavenly Shamash took counsel together. And Anu said to Enlil, because they have killed the bull of heaven, and because they have killed Umbaba, who guarded the cedar mountain, one of the 2 must die. And glorious Shamash
answered, there it is on the plots.
It was by your command they killed the bull.
I hit that.
And killed Umbaba. And
must was right on the hour
die, although innocent. Enlil flung round in rage at glorious Shamash.
I'm not surprised.
You dare to say this?
Expect more.
You who went about with them every day.
I didn't even. I was blowing glass and it hit.
So Enkidu lay stretched out before Gilgamesh. His tears ran down in streams, and he said to Gilgamesh, "Oh, my brother, so dear as you are to me, brother, yet they will take me from you." Again he said, "I must sit down on the threshold of the dead, and never again will I see my dear brother with my eyes."
No.
While Enkidu lay alone in his sickness, he cursed the gate as though it was living flesh.
Look.
You there, wood of the gate. Yeah.
Thanks to you, TK. How many people have looked at my channel and just walked away being like, look at that crazy motherfucker, rather than actually looking at the sky and or what we've discovered in that's way more important than the moon. You did that. Thanks to you, creation grows, and so does the awakening of people. So I'm blaming you. Right back at you.
Dull and insensible, witless. I searched for you over 20 leagues until I saw the towering cedar. There is no wood like you in our land.
Hi,
72 cubits high and 24 wide. The pivot and the ferrule and the jambs are perfect. A master craftsman from Nippur has made you. But oh, if I had known the conclusion, if I had known that this was all the good that would come of it, I would have raised the axe and split you into little pieces and set up here a gate of waffle instead. If only some king had brought you here. Or some god had
fucking revealed a lot to me too. I didn't know what to do with it all, so I had to share it.
and the curse fall on him instead of on Enkidu.
Figure one of y'all will be able to figure out what to do with this.
With the first brightening of dawn, Enkidu raised his head and wept before the sun god. In the brilliance of the sunlight, his tears streamed down. Sun god, I beseech you.
We're having a good time figuring out about ourselves and stuff.
Nothing, because of whom I was to capture.
I do kind of wish more would join, but we're getting there.
Least.
We're getting there. You know, people are learning.
Make him feeble.
About their hearts.
Smaller every share.
What's going on?
Let his quarry escape from his nets.
Now I'm learning.
When
I like
he
this
had
stuff.
cursed the trapper to his heart's content, he turned on the harlot. He was roused to curse her also. As for you, woman, the great curse, I curse you. I will promise you a destiny to all eternity. My curse shall come on you soon and sudden. You shall be without a roof for your commerce, or you shall not keep house with other girls in the tavern.
Philadelphia cream cheese
your
with
business in places fouled by the vomit of the drunkard. Your hire will be potter's earth. Your thievings will be flung into the hovel.
Cinnamon raisin.
You will sit at the crossroads in the dust of the potter's quarter. You will make your bed on the dunghill.
Nuts is normal, or you come
by day, take a stand in the wall shadow. Brambles and thorns will tear your feet. The drunk and the dry will stretch your cheek, and your mouth will ache. But you be stripped of your purple dyes. For I,
well, you're doing the right thing, TK.
And all the treasure I wished. When Shamash heard the words of Enkidu, he called to him from heaven.
Keep giving the moon. Remind NASA said we tilted.
The mistress who taught you to eat bread fit for gods and drink wine of kings. She.
Most importantly, make sure they understand that NASA said it was global warming that did it.
Has not Gilgamesh, your own brother, made you rest on your own bed and recline on the couch with his left hand? He has made the princes of the earth kiss your feet, and now all the people who look their men to wave. When you are dead, he will let his hair grow long for your sake. He will wear a lion's coat and wander through the desert. When the Enkidu heard glorious Shema, his angry heart grew quiet. He called back the curse and said, Woman, I promise you another destiny. Mouth which cursed you, God bless you.
We all have to be a little bit nuts. Respectfully looking back on our
your account,
programming.
Though 12 miles off, will clap his hand to his thigh, and his hair will twitch. For you he will undo his belt and open his treasure, and you shall have your desire. Lapis lazuli, gold, and carnelian from the heap and the treasure. Bring to your hand the robe shall be yours. This will lead you into the presence of the gods. On your account, a wife, a mother of 7.
I'm gonna bring out that bird too.
As Enkidu slept alone in his sickness, bitterness of spirit.
Man, that berry shit is good. Wow.
I who revel the forest. I,
hey, Toon. How you doing?
See what has become of me. Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamt last night. The heavens roared, and earth rumbled.
That's usually what they say.
Between them stood I, before an awful being, somber-faced man-bird.
Uh-oh.
He had directed on me his purpose. His was a vampire face.
Hold on a sec.
His foot was a lion's. His hat.
If you didn't do that, Karmic, none of my people did. Just saying, you might want to combine a couple words if you had something to say. I'm doing good. This algorithm's a pain in the ass, though. I gotta make sure everybody's treated properly. They get aggressive over here. I fought for your right to speech. I ain't gonna shut it up unless you're gonna abuse it. So I saw it for a second. I was getting down to read it. I haven't made it that far. It disappeared. I'm eating a bagel. I ain't got time to be messing with you about whatever you say. You would have known if it was me. But if it was one of my or my wrenches, it would have definitely told me who did what. I love homebrew. Smart man. He came to me with just as many questions as I had, and he went out on his own. He does more homework than I could imagine people doing. He goes to great lengths to show it's not just the moon. He's got planets out there doing this with their moons and all kinds of stuff. Well, happy you're here too. Yeah, you can definitely see things up there now. Almost every day. If you go looking. A lot of people ain't looking. I wonder how big he is. Pokemon Sword and Shield logo combined. That's what my kid wants. I'm thinking it would be really cool if I put a groove in that thing and made the sword removable from it. But then again, it's going on his grad gown, so it might fall out and he'd lose it and he'd be upset. I might want to make it just one piece. UV light kills viruses. Well, I think it would be, it kills some, but you can't blanket the statement that about anything really. Some plants, some items might not do well, but that is because they brought them down, genetically engineered them for that sun. Well, the one we're on, our sun. When we switch back over there, it's going to be a totally different fauna and also new Earth. New Earth. It will be in every sense. No, actually, they're eagles. Look at the flags. They ate the snake. It's a bloodline. Yeah, well, they do kill some viruses and bacteria and shit, but not all. A lot of the ones they kill are invasive to us. Starting to make a little sense, right? Yeah, UV stuff is going to thrive pretty good. Stuff that likes light, UV light. We got equipment for UV light. Might also answer why we were nocturnal, because we might not get along with the light all the time if we're exposed to it all the time. I don't know. Give a lot of reason to why we had all those big cities below. Those aren't Anunnaki. The ones running from Turkey and all that and shit, and all the ones out here, those were us. They talk about those. They talk about bigger tunnels that they had to dig around that were here way before they got here. And they say that they talk about that in the Lost Book of Enki. Not to say that, I mean, well, fuck, what better place to live than underground, really? It's not hot, it's not cold. We come out when we need to do our shit, and we're close to mother. We're grown ups. We teach our children how to do things on the surface, help nature, and we go back into her heart. I don't think it's going to be killed at all. Why would it? Dinosaurs. Look at the Cretaceous boundary. There was more life back then than there is now, and it was bigger. That was when we were on the original sun. Vegetation everywhere, doing just fine. Just different vegetation, like I said. Well, it just makes sense that we would. I mean, if we lived on a higher energy sun, of course we lived below ground. When we come out, we're healers of nature. We use that energy too. We can be in it, but I wouldn't see us out sunbathing in it. What did you get rained on, Pollyanna? I thought you was going out fossil hunting, or you ain't gone yet. It's still too early to be out there fossil hunting. You, You just been in the shower and haven't you? I'm a little slow. Shit, got you. Shit, now look. All right, she got me blushing. Fuck. See what I did? Made their glass. I'm gonna make a base for it and then put them together. I like this one though. It's a full rake pattern all the way across it. It'll be a nice color changing event. You pour some dark beer in it. Yeah, I get it. You took a shower. Yeah, I get it. I thought you were talking about you got rained on. It was warm rain, and I was like, no, no, that's not what she's saying at all. I was like, oh fuck, she catfished me. Where the fuck is my pipe? Did I carry it away with my pizza? God, I had pizza while you were gone too. It was delicious. And bagel with we got whipped Philadelphia cream cheese with fruit in it. I ain't never had it before. They had it at the Dollar Tree in the fridge, and I was like, I think I could eat this in 3 days. I just put a good quarter of it away. Boy, that shit was good. I'm gonna make a base for my cup now. I guess I'd go with a random rake set in something. When you tilt it up, you'll want to see it. I kind of left it clear on the bottom so I can make a nice connection with it. See what comes of it. God, Kevin, you and me both. Yes, I've been busy. I don't know. You were well. You know, those hot, wet showers can last a while, Polly. I don't know exactly, but I started and you weren't here when I was warming up the pizza, and then and then I blew that thing while, and then I went up and I got it, and then I blew it some more, and I ate some more, and then I sat down and I finished eating it, and then here you are. So you've been gone a little while. I thought you went out rock hunting. Hey, now truck stop showers ain't too bad. You know what sucks most of the time is campsite showers. Oh my god. But if I was in a camping spot, it's usually got water, and you hook that right up to your RV. You got fucking running water, and them showers are pretty nice in there for, you know. Uh, I can you tell I'm already getting like excited? I want an RV. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about what time it was. I was thinking it was later than it is. Not all that late. But on a Saturday, I don't usually start until 12. I I gotta take a day off, so it's Sunday for me actually. It's never hot. Yeah, campsite showers suck. I've run into some that are really nice. They must be new. RV's got them. RV, you cruise around, fucking hot water anytime you want it. You be cruising down the road, fucking hit the water switch, fucking doing your dishes while I'm driving. Theoretically, that's how it works. If you felt so inclined, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of transmission work. I can do it. It's not my favorite. I had just replaced the clutch in that truck before it got fucking hit. It was good for another 100,000 miles. That truck had a little four banger, man. Thing could go forever. Little Toyota. Nice. There you go. Hey, you got those solar bags. You can heat it with the sun too. Oh. I like camping out. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I like my new water heater. See that's the old one. The new one's like twice as big. Or I like that one. Water pressure's better too. That one there, I think that's a '70s model. Landlord just brought that like a couple months ago. Waiting a couple more weeks. They're having a pickup. That thing will be out of here too. The bugaboo. I believe so too, Pollyanna. Like I said, I mean, we used to live in underground fucking cities. I'm pretty sure I see evidence of that all over the place, and I'm not hearing it from the Anunnakis. I already live in a little tiny town. It's less than 6,000 people, but circumstances have come up. I'm fixing a roll. Fish out of Well, we went camping up in the mountains here in Colorado all summer. Seamus and I. It was a good trip. New Mexico. Well, a few weeks anyway. I didn't have anything better to do. Fucking COVID had everything shut down. We had a good time. Yeah, we might be out of water, but we're finding out the water is all around us. Oh yeah, Polly. While you were gone, I don't think you were here for Mom's reach around. High five. That A in the front came around, high fived the wedge in the back at 25. And I was like, that was just uncalled for. So you did miss that excitement. She's wearing her red dress at the disco again. You saw the okay. That's what prompted the shower. Got you. It was Iswa porn. So I know Polly. That did it for her. She was like, "Oh, I'm done. Okay." Well, Kevin, give it time. This is pretty big shit. It was more like a reach around high five, you know. The guy in the front and the guy in the back was woohoo. It was like I didn't need to see that. Oh no. Oh, it went a little past second base, Polly. Wait, I was looking. I was like, uh oh. That's a picture you just can't shred. I opened the bedroom door at the wrong time. I can't. Had a mom sandwich going on, the high fives. I was like, oh shit. That's why I thought you went in the shower. I was like, where did Polly go? She's like, no, but I'm going back now. Breaking out that portable shower head. Oh, God. Oh my! She's about to tie me up and put me in the corner. Like, who let you loose? Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh yeah, we do. We have too much debauchery over here, and most of it is my fault. Oh shit! Yeah, I got my pants off. Bad Polly, bad. I'm a damn monk. I see. Now I got to think of stuff to do. I'll be back. We're going to finish listening to the Gilgamesh. I got to know what I got to do. I got to make a bottom for my cup so you can put it down on the bar and go, fill me up. You're going to take some of the blame. Cool. There's a lot of blame. I was ready to take it all, though.
And was an eagle's talon. He fell on me, and his claws.
The eagle's talon got him.
He held me fast, and I smothered. And then he transformed me so that my arms became wings covered with feathers. He turned his stare towards me, and he led me away to the palace of Urkala, the Queen of Darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light. They sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever. Rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old.
Yeah.
They who had stood in the place of the gods, like Anu and Enlil, stood now like servants to fetch baked meats in the house of dust, to carry cooked meat and cold water from the water skin. In the house of dust which I entered were high priests and acolytes, priests of the incantation and of ecstasy. There were servers of the temple, and there was Etana, the king of Kish, whom the eagle carried to heaven in the days of old. I saw also Shamukan, god of cattle, and there was Erish Kigal, the queen of the underworld, and Belet Jerry squatted in front of her, she who is recorder of the gods and keeps the book of death. She held a tablet from which she read. She raised her head, she saw me, and spoke. Who has brought this one here? Then I awoke, like a man drained of blood, who wanders alone in a waste of rushes, like one whom the bailiff has seized, and his heart pounds with terror. Gilgamesh had peeled off his clothes. He listened to his words, and wept quick tears. Gilgamesh listened, and his tears flowed. He opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu. Who is there in strong-walled Uruk who has wisdom like this? Strange things have been spoken. Why does your heart speak strangely? The dream was marvelous, but the terror was great. We must treasure the dream, whatever the terror. For the dream has shown that misery comes at last to the healthy man. The end of life is sorrow. And Gilgamesh lamented, now I will pray to the great gods, for my friend had an ominous dream. This day on which Enkidu dreamed came to an end, and he lay stricken with sickness. 1 whole day He lay on his bed, and his suffering increased. He said to Gilgamesh, the friend on whose account he had left the wilderness, "Once I ran for you, for the water of life, and I now have nothing." A second day he lay on his bed, and Gilgamesh watched over him, but the sickness increased. A third day he lay on his bed. He called out to Gilgamesh, rousing him up. Now he was weak, and his eyes were blind with weeping. 10 days he lay, and his suffering increased. 11 and 12 days he lay on his bed of pain. Then he called to Gilgamesh, "My friend, the great goddess cursed me, and I must die in shame. I shall not die like a man fallen in battle. I feared to fall, but happy is the man who falls in the battle. For I must die in shame." And Gilgamesh wept over Enkidu. With the first light of dawn, he raised his voice and said to the councillors of Uruk, "Hear me, great ones of Uruk. I weep for Enkidu, my friend. Bitterly moaning like a woman mourning, I weep for my brother. Oh, Enkidu, my brother, you were the axe at my side, my hand's strength, the sword in my belt, the shield before me. A glorious robe, my fairest ornament. An evil fate has robbed me. Wild ass and the gazelle that were father and mother, all long-tailed creatures that nourished you, weep for you. All the wild things of the plain and pasture, the paths that you loved in the forest of cedars, night and day murmur. Let the great ones of strong-walled Uruk weep for you. Let the finger of blessing be stretched out in mourning. Enkidu, young brother. Hark, there is an echo through all the country, like a mother mourning. Weep all the paths where we walked together, and the beasts we hunted, the bear and hyena, tiger and panther, leopard and lion, the stag and the ibex, the bull and the doe, the river along whose banks we used to walk, weeps for you. Ula of Elam and dear Euphrates, where once we drew water for the water skin. The mountain we climbed, where we slew the watchman, weeps for you. The warriors of strong-walled Uruk, where the bull of heaven was killed, weep for you. All the people of Eridu weep for you, Enkidu. Those who brought grain for your eating mourn for you now. Who rubbed oil on your back mourn for you now. Who poured beer for your drinking mourn for you now. The harlot who anointed you with fragrant ointment laments for you now. The women of the palace who brought you a wife, a chosen ring of good advice, lament for you now. And the young men, your brothers, as though they were women, go long-haired in mourning. What is this sleep which holds you now? You are lost in the dark and cannot hear me. He touched his heart, but it did not beat, nor did he lift his eyes again. When Gilgamesh touched his heart, it did not beat. So Gilgamesh laid a veil as one veils the bride over his friend. He began to rage like a lion, like a lioness robbed of her wealth. This way and that he paced round the bed. He tore out his hair and strewed it around. He dragged off his splendid robes and flung them down as though they were abominations. In the first light of dawn, Gilgamesh cried out, "I made you rest on a royal bed. You recline on a couch at my left hand. The princes of the earth kiss Dolphin. I will cause all the people of the rook to weep over you, and raise the third of the dead. The joyful people will speak of sorrow. And when you are gone to earth, I will let my hair grow long till you sleep. I will wander through the wilderness in the skin of a lion. The next day also, in the first light, Gilgamesh lamented. 7 days and 7 nights he wept for Enkidu, until the worm fastened on him. Only then he gave him up to the earth, for the Anunnaki, his judges, had seized him. Then Gilgamesh issued a proclamation through the land. He summoned them all, the coppersmiths, the goldsmiths, the stoneworkers, and commanded them, make a statue of my friend. The statue was fashioned with a great weight of lapis lazuli for the breast and of gold for the body. A table of hard wood was set out, and on it a bowl of carnelian filled with honey, and a bowl of lapis lazuli filled with butter. These he exposed and offered to the sun. And weeping, he went away. Bitterly, Gilgamesh wept for his friend Enkidu. He wandered over the wilderness as a hunter. He roamed over the plains. In his bitterness he cried, how can I rest? How can I be at peace? Despair is in my heart. What my brother is now, that shall I be when I am dead. Because I am afraid of death, I will go as best I can to find Utnapishtim, whom they call far away.
Oh, man.
For he has entered the assembly of the gods. So Gilgamesh traveled over the wilderness. He wandered over the grasslands, a long journey, in search of Utnapishtim, whom the gods took after the deluge. And they set him to live in the land of Dilmung, in the garden of the sun. And to him alone of men they gave everlasting life. At night, when he came to the mountain passes, Gilgamesh prayed. In these mountain passes long ago, I saw lions, I was afraid, and I lifted my eyes to the moon. I prayed, and my prayers went up to the gods. So now, O moon god, sing, protect me. When he had prayed, he lay down to sleep, until he was woken from out of a dream. He saw the lions around him, glorying in life. Then he took his axe in his hand. He drew his sword from his belt, and he fell upon them like an arrow from the string, and struck and destroyed and scattered them. So at length Gilgamesh came to Mashu, the great mountains, about which he had heard many things, which guard the rising and the setting sun. Its twin peaks are as high as the wall of heaven, and its paps reach down to the underworld. At its gate the scorpions stand guard, half man and half dragon. Their glory is terrifying. Their stare strikes death into men. Their shimmering halo sweeps the mountains that guard the rising sun. When Gilgamesh saw them, he shielded his eyes for the length of a moment only. Then he took courage and approached. When they saw him so undismayed, the man-scorpion called to his mate. This one who comes to us now is flesh of the gods. The mate of the man-scorpion answered, 2/3 is God, and 1/3 is man. Then he called to the man Gilgamesh. He called to the child of the gods. Why have you come so great a journey? For what have you traveled so far, crossing the dangerous waters? Tell me the reason for your coming. Gilgamesh answered, For Enkidu, I loved him dearly. Together we endured all kinds of hardships. On his account I have come, for the common lot of man has taken him. I have wept for him day and night. I would not give up his body for burial. I thought my friend would come back because of my weeping. Since he went, my life is nothing. That is why I have traveled here in search of Witness Houston, my father. The men say he has entered the assembly of the gods and has found everlasting life. I have a desire to question him concerning the living and the dead. The man spoke in making the voice, speaking between the men. No man born of woman has done what you have asked. No mortal man has gone into the mountain. The length of it is 12 leagues of darkness. In it there is no light, but the heart is oppressed with darkness. From the rising of the sun to the setting of the sun, there is no light. You know I should go and swallow him in pain. It's time I was weeping. Still I must go. Open the gate of the mountain. And the man spoke and said, Go, Gilgamesh. I permit you to pass through the mountain of Masu and through the high ranges. May your feet carry you safely home. The gate of the mountain is open. When Gilgamesh heard it, he knew that the man spoken had said. He followed the sun's road to his rising, through the mountain. When he had gone 1 league, the darkness became thick, for there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 2 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 3 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 4 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. At the end of 5 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him.
So there's going to be a little family of
At the end of
mushrooms
6 leagues,
inside the bottom of this
the
beer
darkness
mug
was thick,
or beer glass.
and there was no light.
A bunch of little.
He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him.
That's why I decided to.
When he had gone 7 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead
and
nothing behind him. When he had gone 8 leagues, Gilgamesh gave a great cry.
Oh my God!
For the darkness was thick, and he could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 9 leagues, he felt the north wind on his face.
There you go.
But the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 10 leagues, the end was near. After 11 leagues, the dawn light appeared. At the end of 12 leagues, the sun streamed out. There was the garden of the gods. All round him stood bushes bearing gems. Seeing it, he went down at once, for there was fruit of carnelian with the vine hanging from it, beautiful to look at. Lapis lazuli leaves hung thick with fruit, sweet to see. For thorns and thistles there were hematite and rare stones, agate and pearls from out of the sea. While Gilgamesh walked in the garden by the edge of the sea, Shamash saw him, and he saw that he was dressed in the skins of animals and ate their flesh. He was distressed, and he spoke and said, No mortal man has gone this way before, nor will, as long as the winds drive over the sea. And to Gilgamesh he said, You will never find the life for which you are searching. Gilgamesh said to glorious Shamash, Now that I have toiled and strayed so far over the wilderness, am I to sleep and let the earth cover my head forever? Let my eyes see the sun until they are dazzled with looking. Although I am no better than a dead man, still let me see the light of the sun. Beside the sea she lives, the woman of the vine, the maker of wine. Siduri sits in the garden at the edge of the sea, with the golden bowl and the golden vats that the gods gave her. She is covered with a veil, and where she sits, she sees Gilgamesh coming towards her, wearing skins, the flesh of the gods in his body, but despair in his heart, and his face like the face of one who has made a long journey. She looked, and as she scanned the distance, she said in her own heart, "Surely this is some felon. Where is he going now?" And she barred her gate against him with the crossbar and shot home the bolt. But Gilgamesh, hearing the sound of the bolt, threw up his head and lodged his foot in the gate. He called to her, "Young woman, maker of wine, why do you bolt your door? What did you see that made you bar your gate? I will break in your door and burst in your gate. For I am Gilgamesh, who seized and killed the bull of heaven. I killed the watchman of the cedar forest. I overthrew Humbaba, who lived in the forest, and I killed the lions in the passes of the mountain." Then Siduri said to him, "If you are that Gilgamesh who seized and killed the bull of heaven, who killed the watchman of the cedar forest, who overthrew Humbaba that lived in the forest, and killed the lions in the passes of the mountain, why are your cheeks so starved, and why is your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart, and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned from heat and cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the pastures in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh answered her, "And why should not my cheeks be starved and my face drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and with cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures in search of the wind? My friend, my younger brother, he who hunted the wild ass of the wilderness and the panther of the plains, my friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, my friend, who was very dear to me and who endured dangers beside me, Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved, the end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights, till the worm fastened on him. Because of my brother, I am afraid of death. Because of my brother, I stray through the wilderness and cannot rest. But thou, young woman, maker of wine, since I have seen your face, do not let me see the face of death, which I dread so much." She answered, "Gilgamesh, where are you hurrying to? You will never find that life for which you are looking. When the gods created man, they allotted to him death, but life they retained in their own keeping. As for you, Gilgamesh, fill your belly with good things, day and night, night and day. Dance and be merry, feast and rejoice. Let your clothes be fresh, bathe yourself in water. Cherish the little child that holds your hand, and make your wife happy in your embrace. For this too is the lot of man." But Gilgamesh said to Siduri the young woman, "How can I decide? How can I rest when Enkidu, whom I love, is dust? And I too shall die and be laid in the earth. You live by the seashore and look into the heart of it. Young woman, tell me now, which is the way to Utnapishtim, the son of Ubaratutu? What directions are there for the passage? Give me, oh, give me directions. I will cross the ocean if it is possible. If it is not, I will wander still farther in the wilderness." The winemaker said to him, "Gilgamesh, there is no crossing the ocean. Whoever has come since the days of old has not been able to pass that sea. The sun in his glory crosses the ocean. But who besides Shamash has ever crossed it? The place and the passage are difficult. and the waters of death are deep which flow between. Gilgamesh, how will you cross the ocean? When you come to the waters of death, what will you do? But Gilgamesh, down in the woods you will find Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim. With him are the holy things, the things of stone. He is fashioning the serpent prow of the boat. Look at him well, and if it is possible, perhaps you will cross the waters with him. But if it is not possible, then you must go back. When Gilgamesh heard this, he was seized with anger. He took his axe in his hand and his dagger from his belt. He crept forward, and he fell on them like a javelin. And then he went into the forest and sat down. Urshanabi saw the dagger flash and heard the axe, and he beat his head, for Gilgamesh had shattered the tackle of the boat in his rage. Urshanabi said to him, "Tell me, what is your name?" "I am Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim, the faraway." He replied to him, "Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu." Then Urshanabi said to him, "Why are your cheeks so starved and your face drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned with heat and with cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the pastures in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh said to him, "Why should not my cheeks be starved and my face drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. I was burned with heat and with cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, was seized and killed the bull of heaven, and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest. My friend, who was very dear to me, and who endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved, the end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened on him. Because of my brother, I am afraid of death. Because of my brother, I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavy upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I too shall die, and be laid in the earth forever. I am afraid of death. Therefore, Urshanabi, tell me, which is the road to Utnapishtim? If it is possible, I will cross the waters of death. If not, I will wander still farther through the wilderness. Urshanabi said to him, "Gilgamesh, your own hands have prevented you from crossing the ocean. When you destroyed the tackle of the boat, you destroyed its safety." Then the two of them talked it over, and Gilgamesh said, "Why are you so angry with me, Urshanabi? For you yourself cross the sea by day and night. At all seasons you cross it. Gilgamesh, those things you destroyed, their property is to carry me over the water, to prevent the waters of death from touching me. It was for this reason that I preserved them, and you have destroyed them, and the Ernu snakes with them. But now go into the forest, Gilgamesh. To your axe, cut poles 120. Cut them 60 cubits long. Paint them with bitumen. Set on them ferrules, and bring them back." When Gilgamesh heard this, he went into the forest. He cut poles 120. He cut them 60 cubits long. He painted them with bitumen. He set on them ferrules, and he brought them to Urshanabi. Then they boarded the boat, Gilgamesh and Urshanabi together, launching it out on the waves of ocean. For 3 days they ran on, as it were a journey of a month and 15 days. And at last, Urshanabi brought the boat to the waters of death. Then Urshanabi said to Gilgamesh, "Press on, take a pole and thrust it in, but do not let your hands touch the waters. Gilgamesh, take a second pole, take a third, take a fourth pole. Now, Gilgamesh, take a fifth, take a sixth, and 7th pole. Gilgamesh, take an 8th and 9th, a 10th pole. Gilgamesh, take an 11th, take a 12th pole. After 120 thrusts, Gilgamesh had used the last pole. Then he stripped himself. He held up his arms for a mast and his covering for a sail. So Urshanabi the ferryman brought Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, who lives in Gilmun, at the place of the sun's transit, eastward of the mountain. To him alone of men, the gods had given everlasting life. Now Utnapishtim, where he lay at ease, looked into the distance, and he said in his heart, musing to himself, why does the boat sail here without tackle and mast? Why are the sacred stones destroyed? Why does the master not sail the boat? The man who comes is none of mine. Where I look, I see a man whose body is covered with skins of beasts. Who is this who walks up the shore behind Urshanabi? Surely he is no man of mine. So Utnapishtim looked at him and said, what is your name, you who come here wearing the skins of beasts, with your cheeks starved and your face drawn? Where are you hurrying to now? For what reason have you made this great journey, crossing the seas whose passage is difficult? Tell me the reason for your coming. He replied, Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu. Then Utnapishtim said to him, if you are Gilgamesh, why are your cheeks so starved and your face drawn? Why is despair in your heart, and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned with heat and cold? Why do you come here, wandering over the wilderness in search of the wind? Gilgamesh said to him, why should not my cheeks be starved, and my face drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and with cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven, and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest. My friend, who was very dear to me, and endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights, till the worm fastened on him. Because of my brother, I am afraid of death. Because of my brother, I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavy upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I shall die also, and be laid in the earth forever.
Where?
Again Gilgamesh said, speaking to Utnapishtim, it is to see Utnapishtim, whom we call Far Away, that I have come this journey. For this, I have wandered over the world. I have crossed many difficult ranges. I have crossed the seas. I have wearied myself with traveling. My joints are aching, and I have lost acquaintance with sleep, which is sweet. My clothes were worn out before I came to the house of Siduri. I have killed the bear and hyena, the lion and panther, the tiger, the stag and the ibex, all sorts of wild game and the small creatures of the pastures. I ate their flesh and I wore their skins, and that was how I came to the gate of the young woman, the maker of wine, who barred her gate of pitch and bitumen against me. But from her I had news of the journey. So then I came to Urshanabi the ferryman, and with him I crossed over the waters of death. Oh, Father Utnapishtim, you who have entered the assembly of the gods, I wish to question you concerning the living and the dead. How shall I find the life for which I am searching? Utnapishtim said,
You
there
fell.
is no permanence. Do we build a house to stand forever? Do we seal a contract to hold for all time? Do brothers divide an inheritance to keep forever? Does the flood time of rivers endure? It is only the nymph of the dragonfly who sheds her lava and sees the sun in his glory. On the days of old, there is no permanence. The sleeping and the dead, how alike they are. They are like a painted deck. What is there between the master and the servant when both have fulfilled their doom? When the Anunnaki, the judges, come together, and Mamatun, the mother of destinies, together they decree the fates of men. Life and death they allot, but the day of death they do not disclose. Then Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the faraway, I look at you now, Utnapishtim, and your appearance is no different from mine. There is nothing strange in your features. I thought I should find you like a hero prepared for battle. But you lie here, taking your ease on your back. Tell me truly, how was it that you came to enter the company of the gods and to possess everlasting life? Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, I will reveal to you a mystery. I will tell you the secret of the god. You know the city, Shalupak. It stands on the banks of Euphrates. That city grew old, and the gods that were in it were old. There was Anu, lord of the firmament, their father, the warrior Enlil, their counselor, Ninurta, the helper, and Enlil, watcher over canals. And with them also was Ea. In those days the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamor. Enlil heard the clamor, and he said to the gods in council, the uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by reason of the babel. So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Enlil did this, but Ea, because of his oath, warned me in a dream. He whispered their words to my house of reeds. Reed house, reed house,
Reed hut.
wall, O wall, hearken, reed house, wall, reflect. O man of Shalupak, son of Ubaratutu, tear down your house and build a boat, abandon possessions, and look for life. Despise worldly goods, and save your soul alive. Tear down your house, I say, and build a boat. These are the measurements of the bark, as you shall build her. Let her beam equal her length. Let her deck be roofed like the vault that covers the abyss. Then take up into the boat the seed of all living creatures. When I had understood, I said to my lord, behold, what you have commanded I will honor and perform. But how shall I answer the people, the city, the elders? And Ea opened his mouth and said to me, his servant, tell them this. I have learnt that Enlil is wrathful against me. I dare no longer walk in his land, nor live in his city. I will go down to the gulf to dwell with Ea, my lord. But on you he will rain down abundance, rare fish, and shy wild fowl, a rich harvest tide. In the evening the rider of the storm will bring you wheat in torrents. In the first light of dawn, all my household gathered round me. The children brought pitch, and the men whatever was necessary. On the fifth day, I laid the keel and the ribs. Then I made fast the planking. The ground space was 1 acre. Each side of the deck measured 120 cubits, making a square. I built 6 decks below, 7 in all. I divided them into 9 sections with bulkheads between. I drove in wedges where needed. I sawed to the punt poles and laid in supplies. The carriers brought oil in baskets. I poured bricks into the furnace, and asphalt and oil. More oil was consumed in cooking. And more again, the master of the boat took into his stores. I slaughtered bullocks for the people, and every day I killed sheep. I gave the shipwrights wine to drink, as though it were river water, raw wine and red wine and oil and white wine. There was feasting then, as there is at the time of the New Year's festival. I myself anointed my head on the 7th day. The boat was complete. Then was the launching, full of difficulty. I was shifting the ballast above and below till 2/3 was submerged.
It's fucking hot.
I loaded into her all that I had of gold and of living things, my family, my kin, the beast of the field, both wild
About
and tame,
92, I guess.
and all the craftsmen.
Fucking hot in the desert.
I sent them on board. For the time they shone
time out for a minute.
The evening. Sends down the destroying rain. Enter the boat and batten her down.
This is the human version.
Was fulfilled. The evening came.
It's good shit.
The rider of the storm sent down the rain.
He just said that
I looked out at the weather.
they caused
It
this
was
shit.
terrible. So I too boarded the boat and battened her down. All was now complete, the battening and the caulking. So I handed the tiller to Pazur Amuri, the steersman, with the navigation and the care of the whole boat. With the first light of dawn, a black cloud came from the horizon. It thundered within, where Adad, lord of the storm, was riding. In front, over hill and plain, Shurat and Hanish, heralds of the storm, led on. Then the gods of the abyss rose up. Nergal pulled out the dams of the nether waters. Ninurta, the warlord, threw down the dikes. And the 7 judges of hell, the Anunnaki, raised their torches, lighting the land with their livid flame. A stupor of despair went up to heaven when the god of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. One whole day the tempest raged, gathering fury as it went. It poured over the people like the tides of battle. A man could not see his brother, nor the people be seen from heaven. Even the gods were terrified at the flood. They fled to the highest heaven, the firmament of Anu. They crouched against the walls, cowering like curs. Then Ishtar, the sweet-voiced queen of heaven, cried out like a woman in travail. Alas, the days of old are turned to dust, because I commanded evil. Why did I command this evil in the council of all the gods? I commanded wars to destroy the people. But are they not my people? For I brought them forth. Now, like the spawn of fish, they float in the ocean. The great gods of heaven.
All of them were in on it. Yeah, Enlil. I mean, look, Marduk's part of it, but yeah, Enlil's always throwing his ass out there. They've been killing us for centuries. Them cats are already dead. Marduk's dead. You know, he died about time of Alexander the Great. That was his dad. He went to Egypt to meet him, and he was dead. Whether he was dead, or fucking on his way to the halls of Amenti, we don't know. But I don't think he was ever granted that. Toth was his brother. Ningazita. So yeah, it sure helps having a fuck, man. Sure helps having a history of these cats. To piece together what happened to us, how that, because they sit here and they tell you what they did over and over and over, different versions of it. This is Noah's version. Isn't that fucking crazy? That's Ishkapikin. They say he stole the Reed Hut's plans. He done told you the Lord Inky went to Reed Hut. It told the Reed Hut. Here come Ishkapikin, grabbed them plans, made himself a boat, left that Reed Hut behind, man. And then after the flood, they was all like, "Oh shit, you gotta go witness protection because that hut is hunting you down, motherfucker. And we're gonna rename you Noah. Your name ain't Ishkapikin no more. We're gonna hide you out over here in the land of the sun or the garden of the gods." And I'm like, yeah. So I'd like to meet old Ishkapikin and picking his brain about what
Men of hell
that's what
wept.
Gilgamesh is all about.
They
Over
covered their mouths. For 6 days and 6 nights the winds blew, torrent and tempest and flood over.
and I ain't hearing no 40. I'm hearing one day they tempest, they destroyed us, they set flame to everything, they didn't fucking flood. The set, I'm all like, well, what? That's a different version than what I heard from fucking old Lord Inky over here. All of a sudden, I'm hearing from Mr. Noah. Mr. Noah's pissed. He's all like, oh, no, man. Nah, they fucked it up. They fucking caused that shit. They knocked the dams down. They knocked the fucking dikes down. They knew what was coming. They fucking just fucked everybody else up. And old Inky had his little pilot over here, fucking pilot and Ishkapikin's boat. That's what he just said. But the creator of all made him do that in a nightmare. That was the first time I heard about the creator of all in this whole story. And he was in a nightmare talking about the earthlings, you will give this earth back to them, kind of thing. And I'm all like, well, that's interesting. And it keeps going like that through all these stories where you're hearing that. But that's the human result of that. Because he said the creator of all told the Lord Enki, he said, motherfucker, you give that shit to his Reed Hut then. Keep your fucking promise, but you make sure he gets in plan. Because the earthlings will inherit the earth. I was like, damn. And that was from, what is it, God's Ganzu? He thought it was Ganzu or some shit. Come up, he's all like, oh, got the radiance and shit. He's like, I'm the creator, and you're a bitch. You little god bitch, Inky, bad Inky. And then later in these stories, you hear about how Enlil was, and then they get together and I wasn't going to tell you, but oh my god, and they start having. And then that kind of shit ends up in the Midwest out here being talked about. It's like, so they've been talking about this shit for a while. And yeah, I keep hearing the same thing. This is fucking Noah talking the same thing the Dogon try, all these African, and I looked in the the original folks down there in Australia. They've got legends of the same thing. And you look, and it's two brothers that drug that shit here. The moon, they named them Enlil and Inky. And I'm all like, well, they ain't cuneiform, but they're talking about the same fucking name. They're two fucking brothers, and they drug the damn moon here. The cuneiform is talking about and they and I'm all like, from then to today, they still talking about it all over the fucking world. And we supposed to like that's coincidence. No, it's not coincidence. The motherfuckers are still here and they're fucking with us constantly, and we gotta stop that shit. History repeats because well, we're controlled by people that know what's coming in the future because they know what the history is. Now we know further history than they do. Well, restate that. We know what we were writing, they didn't. So we've got older information. We got base information from Creator that they didn't have a long time ago. Now, it was written on them walls the whole damn time. They could have fixed their planet centuries ago. They didn't know how to read that shit. They said so. They said so. Yeah, I know. That's what I keep saying. I'm actually here. I ain't your Messiah. Mama's concerned about planet heaven and its little stewards who are over here being bad little children of creation. And hopefully they'll make a change in their heart and fix their planet. Ours is covered. That's what that whole damn prophecy is about. Us coming together and them healing what they've done. And they don't even realize that for some reason. That they're actually inheriting planet heaven up here. That's a pretty cool thing. All for Nibiru, all for planet heaven, right? We'll get your ass over there and heal it, fuckers. It's like where I'm at. That's just where I'm at. We got the answer. Ready? Go. Nothing yet? Y'all still fucking around over here? It's nuts. Obviously, this information hasn't gotten to the right person yet. I'm gonna just keep going. And if it has, I'm gonna find that right person and legalize marijuana and get your heart straight. I'll write an anger letter to the management. I don't care what I got to do. We're getting this shit fixed. We got a supernova coming. So yeah, you can't buy that kind of shit either, obviously, right? So there's my motivation. I want to protect the bunnies. I need your help. We need each other's help. And we need to first stop doing what we're doing collectively. We just fucking need to understand. You need to get your physics on. You need to go to that first video, work your way back, and understand who you are, where creator is, and mama, and then you're off on your own. Go heal shit. I know you have. I just saying that is what we do. We're humans, and we're worried about and concerned about our fellow humans, and that would be a cool thing if we start waking up our fellow humans to who they are and not to be afraid in this time. Um, as a mission for now, because I don't have any further instruction. Teach people how to be calm with their magnet, not in their head. It is a difference, we know, a big difference. So I know it sounds simple and repetitive, but damn it, that's not everybody's relaxing yet. The birds are still dying of fucking. And if we was emitting mama's relaxation globally, I can tell you this much: there wouldn't be so much of a die-off. It's just physics. We need to put that on the field with our fields, bam, in a conscious manner, and it will manifest. That's what we do. Holy shit! That's why we got magnets. It's actually fucking so simple. We gotta just emit calm for everybody. That's what we do. high seas sloshing. Dude, almost every cloud today had waves all over the top of it, like them fucking Da Vinci waves and shit. Nice. Yeah, the birds are moving around. 'Tis the season, huh? I was telling people about Kingwood Center in Mansfield. It's fucking beautiful this time of year. Nothing but flowers and trees and pathways and peacocks and guinea hens and fucking shit running around. Pretty cool. But yeah, spring is a good inspirational time. I used to like going out in the middle of nowhere in the RV, kicking on the damn generator and just getting busy. And nowhere but just out in the middle of nowhere. Blow a glass, doors wide open, looking at the nature. Awesome. I've missed it for a lot of years. Pretty excited. Kids graduating. And he wants to get an RV. We had discussed this before we even had any of this mess happen. That's the crazy thing. I'm like fucking kidding me. So it's the way life is. It's just surprise, surprise, surprise. That red should be set into that blue too by now. A bus, RV. A bus, you can build any way you want. RV comes as is, you know. Either way, I haven't decided yet. Shit, I got another month. Figure out what we're gonna do. Hey DK, how you doing? So tomorrow, I generally work all day. So I'm gonna kill my oxygen. It's about 4 o'clock anyway. About time for me to cut off my oxygen. You like that shit? Nah, everybody seems to be in transition still. I mean, for God's sake, we just started learning this stuff. But yeah, I just want to make Get clear. I ain't nobody's damn messiah. We're doing this together. Damn it. Ain't no way I could do any of this. And I haven't. Ask DK. She's been around for a while. Watch. You ain't seen me do much on my own, have you? Lose my mind a couple of times. I'm doing good. I'm a little whooped towards the end of my day. I got some MaryWanna that is purple as fuck. I got some crystal things that break down on top of it. I only got a gram of the weed. I only got a gram of this too. But I mean, I got a whole bag of that grape shake. I don't need a bunch of weed. I just saw that fucking. You just don't see purple shit like that. You know, had to get me a gram of that shit. If I can medicate on the generics, I'll take it. I got shit to buy for my teenager. You know what I mean? Fucking $30 a month over that ain't bad. I've had this more than a month now, over a month. I still got a good quarter of that shake left. I don't go through it too fast. Yeah. Well, this particular type, no, well, some not really. This they're calling Aurora Borealis. It's some really well. You see the thumbnail. It's some really purple ass shit. It's almost black purple. Fuck's sake! I saw a jar sitting there, and I was like, I looked at it. I'm like, what the hell? She goes, oh, that's a new nice purple. I was like, that is some nice purple. Fuck. How about, can I get a little gram of that? I still got most of the gram, of course. Shit, that'll last me for days. I know so many strains, you never know what you're going to run across anymore. But yeah, I had to jump on that shit. They call this Aurora Borealis. I don't know what the hell the strain mix is on it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. It's got THC in it. Beware. Big, war- warning. Warning sign. I fucking love that shit. These things make the best thumbnails right there. Click. Fucking love it. Orange sunshine. Sugar. The name of that. Basically THC crystal. Gorgeous stuff. That $15 a gram out here in Colorado. Good shit. Good prices. Good law. Good legalities. Delicious flavor. So I'm going to turn back on Gilgamesh and finish listening to Noah. He gets to cuss out Enlil. It's funny as shit. He's like, fuck you, Enlil. You're a bitch. This is Ishkapikin talking here to Gilgamesh. It is delicious. So this was my favorite part last night. So I'm going to hope to make it back in time. The dogs might want me to walk them though. I already got the feeling Chico's excited about something. He feels me coming upstairs. We'll see how quickly I make it back. I've heard shorter versions of this. I've never heard Ishkapikin giving the account of the flood and talking about how it wasn't really just a flood. They were burning anything that they couldn't flood. And I really enjoy listening to Ishkapikin telling Enlil to just take a fucking hike. You don't get none of my sacrifice, none of my pig roast. You go
overwhelm the world. Tempest and flood
fucking
raged
awesome.
together like warring
Tell him,
hosts.
Ishkapikin.
When the seventh day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm. The flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. All mankind was turned to clay. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. I opened a hatch, and the light fell on my face. Then I bowed low. I sat down and I wept. The tears streamed down my face. For on every side was the waste of water. I looked for land in vain. But 14 leagues distant, there appeared a mountain. And there the boat grounded. On the mountain of Nisir, the boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge. One day she held, and a second day on the mountain of Nisir, she held fast and did not budge. A third day and a fourth day she held fast on the mountain and did not budge. The fifth day and the sixth day she held fast on the mountain. When the seventh day dawned, I loosed a dove and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven. She saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, and she did not come back. Then I threw everything open to the four winds. I made a sacrifice and poured out a libation on the mountain top. 7 and again 7 cauldrons I set up on their stands. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savor, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. Then at last Ishtar also came. She lifted her necklace with the jewels of heaven that once Anu had made to please her. Oh, you gods here present, by the lapis lazuli round my neck, I shall remember these days as I remember the jewels of my throat. These last days I shall not forget. Let all the gods gather round the sacrifice, except Enlil. He shall not approach this offering, for without reflection he brought the flood. He consigned my people to destruction. When Enlil had come, when he saw the boat, he was wroth and swelled with anger at the gods, the host of heaven. Has any of these mortals escaped? Not one was to have survived the destruction. Then the god of the wells and canals, Ninurta, opened his mouth and said to the warrior Enlil, Who is there of the gods that can devise without Ea? It is Ea alone who knows all things. Then Ea opened his mouth and spoke to warrior Enlil. Wisest of gods, hero Enlil, how could you so senselessly bring down the flood? Lay upon the sinner his sin. Lay upon the transgressor his transgression. Punish him a little when he breaks loose. Do not drive him too hard, or he perishes. Would that a lion had ravaged mankind rather than the flood. Would that a wolf had ravaged mankind rather than the flood. Would that famine had wasted the world rather than the flood.
Why not? You did.
Would that
You did.
pestilence had wasted mankind
You did.
rather than the flood. It was not I that revealed the secret of the gods. The wise man learned it in a dream. Now take your counsel, what shall be done with him? Then Enlil went up into the boat. He took me by the hand, and my wife, and made us enter the boat and kneel down on either side, he standing between us. He touched our foreheads to bless us, saying, in time past, Utnapishtim was a mortal man.
Chad.
Henceforth, he and his wife shall live in the distance at the mouth of the rivers. Thus it was that the gods took me and placed me here to live in the distance at the mouth of the rivers. Utnapishtim said, as for you, Gilgamesh, who will assemble the gods for your sake, so that you may find that life for which you are searching? But if you wish, come and put it to the test. Only prevail against sleep for 6 days and 7 nights. But while Gilgamesh sat there resting on his haunches, a mist of sleep, like soft wool teased from the fleece, drifted over him. And Utnapishtim said to himself, look at him now, the strong man who would have everlasting life. Even now the mists of sleep are drifting over him. His wife replied, touch the man to wake him, so that he may return to his own land in peace, going back through the gate by which he came. Utnapishtim said to his wife, all men are deceivers. Even you he will attempt to deceive. Therefore bake loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and make a mark on the wall, and number the days he has slept. So she baked loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head. And she marked on the wall the days that he slept. And there came a day when the first loaf was hard, the second loaf was like leather, the third was soggy, the crust of the fourth had mold, the fifth was mildewed, the sixth was fresh, and the seventh was still on the embers. Then Utnapishtim touched him, and he woke.
So get up.
Said to
Get up, Yoga.
Far away. I hardly slept, but you touched and roused me. But Utnapishtim said, count these loaves and learn how many days you slept. For your first is hard, your second like leather, your third is soggy, the crust of your fourth has mold, your fifth is mildewed, your sixth is fresh, and your seventh was still over the glowing embers when I touched and woke you. Gilgamesh said, what shall I do? O Utnapishtim, where shall I go? Already the thief in the night has hold of my limbs. Death inhabits my womb. Wherever my foot rests, there I find death. Then Utnapishtim spoke to Urshanabi the ferryman. Woe to you, Urshanabi. Now and forevermore you have become hateful to this harborage. It is not for you nor for you are the crossings of this sea. Go now, banished from the shore. And this man before whom you walk, bringing him here, whose body is covered with foulness, and the grace of whose limbs has been spoiled by wild
It looks like they're doing more reach around high five.
There he shall wash his long hair clean as snow in the water. He shall throw off his skins, and let the sea carry them away. And the beauty of his body
Done
shall be
looking at
shown.
this wall.
The fillet on his forehead shall be renewed, and he shall be given clothes to cover his nakedness. Till he reaches his own city, and his journey is accomplished.
So, Chad, tomorrow we should have the other birds out here while you're here. I don't know if you got to see it or not earlier. No, that's the blue one with the red. I like the way that came out. First, I think that is fucking sharp. So I've got the other one baking in the oven too. Hey Wayne, how you doing? Fucking crazy Gilgamesh shit going on. Yeah. The fucking see Ishka Pickens' version is fucking way different than Inky's. He just comes right out with it. He tells the murder and fucking mayhem going on down here. It wasn't just a flood, like we've been told. Nice, Wayne. Beautiful day. Oh yeah. Well, that fucking field line that was up front. Well, it's up front. That keeps doing the dancing around. But it keeps reaching around now, and the one behind keeps reaching around. And they're fucking doing like high fives and shit while they got Mama in between them. I'm all like, well, it is not the channel I thought I was turning on. That's just like that's happened twice tonight now. So I'm gonna stop looking at Iswal for a little bit. Apparently, Mom's busy. I get the picture. I'm like, fuck. Time to open the door, they're doing high fives back there. Oh shit! Crazy. It's just it's crazy. That IMF line ain't got no reason to be. Well, I mean, of course it has a reason to be there now. But I mean, in a normal day, no. And now it's reaching all the way around the planet. And that one that's way behind us is reaching all the way up to it. Ain't never happened before. That's definitely a result of the compression on the front and the back. It's a new thing though that I've got to watch and see if there's any physical signs manifesting over it. I think I put a fucking disclaimer pretty soon. They've already got one. They're like, don't pay attention to this model. It's just a model. It's only, I guess they said about 70 some percent accurate or something. And I got to tell you, I've seen it a lot more accurate than that. Well, shit, we just called off a 5 or a little over or above 5 earlier. That 4.8, I'm taking it. It's only 2 points off, and it's right in Tonga region. And I mean, that was an hour after I called it too, and then went to work. So I'm taking it. There's probably going to be another one. Yeah, Chile had a big one down there, 5.8. That didn't hit. I didn't call Chile, but the two that I called hit, but they were like 4.4 and 4.6. Then they had the 5.8 there in Chile, and then another. Now we had another 4.8 right there in Tonga. And I was like, well, I named Tonga for a 5 tonight. There's one sitting right there in the Solomon Islands. That's Tonga. I don't, I don't, yeah. But the first series of quakes, that 1, 2, 3, right there within that hour, that was a little bit more than what I had thought was going to happen. So I'm still taking all 3 of them. I don't give a fuck. I said they was fixing to pop, and they did. And right when I was saying it was going to, then ones happened about 40 minutes after it, and then I was like, with the blowing glass, and then the big one hit. And I said that I had even give up on it. I was like, I don't know, we'll see, because I said there was going to be a bigger than 5 come out, and my 2 had already hit. They were under. And then the fucking Chile happened at 5.8. And I was like, well, that's over. So I'm taking that one too. That's an extra. Fuck it. But yeah, this one hit. I just a little bit ago said there's going to be another 5. And it was 4.8, 4.8. And it's all that Iswa. Iswa's telling me what's going on out there. And I've showed that you know how to do this. You know how to do this. I don't have to tell you. That shit's accurate. Yeah, I mean it hit all over the place. Yeah, Chad. It it hit better than I thought, or harder than I thought, or more, harder and more. Uh, and we're having double pops of 5s now when we're having them. Like bam, 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 bam. It's pretty crazy. That train wreck is picking up speed. So I've got some good marijuana. I'm gonna take another hit, and we got 7 minutes. Might as well have a 420, right? I'm getting started early. You been offline all day? No tsunami. Yeah, I was wondering too if they were going to have tsunami because that hit at a precarious spot right there. Well, I'll tell you that I saw the damn moon upside down, and I jumped. I, I I didn't know how long. Oh, Chad, yeah, God, you know how I've been like, oh, we're past tribulation. Um, well, if it's 10 years and 5 months, 10 years 6 months, this is uh this is that month because I started watching that shit in October 2010. I wasn't even thinking about uh fuck man, another half year after 2020 with the October thing, and if you count up 6 months, We're the second day into that month from 10 years. So we're at 10 years and 6 months and 2 days right now from pretty much. Well, I guess that would be pretty much at the end of the month almost because it was uh it was a good 15 or 20 days into October that I noticed that I think. So if we're going on a technical, what I'm saying is, the tribulations is over. Fucking officially, like, over. Uh, apparently, I don't. So there you go. I would expect any day some shit pop off. Papua New Guinea. What, another one? Yeah, it's definitely past time to start preparing. Now it's just about, I'm just trying to wake people up as well as I can. I'm kind of starting to wonder if we're just going to have some crazy shit going on here next month. So it's already been happening. Huh, funny. The only thing I can think keeps coming to mind is the blue kachina's got to reveal itself next. That's the next step. And that means we're rolling back. And that don't mean revealing itself to one person. It means that sky is going to roll back and we're going to see everything up there, which a lot of people are definitely not ready for. I keep urging folks to go out and look at their night sky, get ready, because this shit's real. Well, you've seen that though. You do that yourself. What else can you do? Me too, Miss DK. It's 419. You have a beautiful day. I'm fixing to go wrestle a pillow. We'll be working in the afternoon tomorrow, though. I want to eat up my whole tank. I'm going to start on a badge for my kid. I forgot to ask how big he wants it, or started it tonight. He wants a Pokemon Shield and Sword for his graduation gown. So we'll make that. It's blue, so the badge is red. I think the 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 sword itself is blue that he wants. So I've got that color too. We're gonna start a bird in a chair or throne. So I get these birds out. I want to look at that beer mug. It's a pretty sharp beer mug. Pour some coffee in that shit. See what it looks like colored in. Get a nice picture of it or something. So I like that thing. That was nice. Which Pokemon? Shit. I just had it open. So Pokemon badge and sword. Which Pokemon is it? Yes, fuck. I'm not sure. He's got specific one. It's the shield and logo combined. Oh, you're trying to cookie me up. Yeah, it's just a sword and shield. It's a red shield and blue sword. A little like wolf face on it. But it's the one where it's one unit. The sword is part of the shield. Yeah, it's just a red shield and blue sword. I was thinking about making the sword and the shield totally separate and having it slide and lock in, but I'm like, nah, it's going on his graduation gown. He'd lose it. I know my kid. He's gonna, oh shit, he'd be upset. So I'm gonna make it all one piece, make it look just like the emblem there. So it'll be a thing for his graduation. And we'll make it out of the ruby and the cobalt. But I haven't really decided how big it is, how big he wants it. I'm thinking, I don't know. He probably doesn't want it. I don't know. Any bigger than that, I'd imagine. Probably doesn't want it that big. It's going to be kind of heavy. But yeah, that'll be easy to make, I think. Something like that. Little button pendant. I'm pretty excited about it. I asked him what he wants. He's like, I want that pendant. I was like, oh, okay. So you're not going to make it then. Because he said he wanted a pendant. I said, I got color coming. Because he'll play around sometimes. I'll let him play on my torch. I've got pictures of him blowing glass in Texas. His mom's bringing him a torch. Oh, shit. 2 weeks. She'll be here in 2 weeks. Yeah, I'll have fun with it. It'll be the coolest pokey pendant ever. I've made him little pokey marbles with the pokey characters inside the marbles and shit before. He's got a couple. I don't know what their names are. They're just Pokemon monster thing. I, I'd butcher it if I tried. So, mm. Yeah, I'm rather happy. I'm excited for him. He's happy. his his mom's happy. Everybody's happy. they I'm happy he wants to go fucking roll around, blow glass. Actually, I told him he ain't done though. He needs to get that free college while he can, while he's in the state. But yeah, I've been thinking about an old bus because we can make half of the back of it fucking shop. We don't need a whole bunch of fucking room for us, and they're easy to fucking convert. I don't know what way we're gonna go. We'll see what presents itself, I guess. Anyway, happy 420. It's almost 4:30. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is creators. I ain't worried about it. For you, Christ's sake. You said this is something we had planned to do. We just had this conversation, Seamus and I. And he's all like, "Man, yeah, man, I want to go fucking in an RV with you, Dad." I was like, "What?" Because I was, "What do you want to do? What's your life, man?" He's like, "I'd like to blow glass." That's all he keeps telling me. He wants to blow glass. So his mom's bringing him a torch. And we've been waiting on that for a while. But I just asked her. I was like, "Look, I'm gonna get him a torch if you're not gonna bring one." And she's like, "I'm bringing the torch." I was like, "All right." So I don't know what else she's not bringing. I think I'm gonna have to get him some glasses, some small things. We'll figure that out when she gets here, I guess. I know, Chad. I can't see any bad in it. I told him, I said, "Hell, man, we could even roll through by your mom's house because we used to anyway. Just park her on the hill." They live they live in Upper Darby. Her parents are just outside of Philadelphia. It's not outside Philadelphia. 69th Street's right down the hill, you know, literally. It's not outside Philly. It's right in Philly still. That's where they live, Upper Darby area. They're coming out here for graduation though, her and her mom. They came out 3 or 4 years ago. Those two came out. I like her mom. Pine Barrens in Jersey, yeah. We've been through them a couple times. Been all up in Jersey. Take the train from Philly to New York all the time too, through Jersey. Get off in Trenton from Philly, switch to the fucking Amtrak right into fucking Grand Central, all for like $7. I was like, damn, let's do this. Take me a case of glass on the train with me. Go up to downtown New York, come out, train station, go sell some glass, get back in the motherfucker and go home. Okay. Yeah, I've been through Medford. Me and her used to traipse around every fucking where, man. There wasn't a city we didn't hit. We just out driving around in an RV, fucking hitting city to city, blowing glass, having a fucking blast. I can't wait to get him out on the road, man. That's gonna be some fun shit. And for I can what I would consider his last 2 years of schooling would probably be the best thing he could get is on the road training. So I'm glad he's graduating early. Fuck, he's only 16. I've got to carry him around for 2 more years regardless. But I think that would be the best fucking thing for his final 2 years of like before he's 18, fucking education. Yeah, the pines are pretty, but those barrens got some strange energies up that way. Just some spots in there, like Louisiana too, coming through some spots in Louisiana down the 10, man. You feel that shit every time you go through there. It's like, wow, there's some fucking dark ass energy. Oh my goodness. We can feel fields. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We can feel those fields too. The Toth fields, the fucking electromagnetic fields that they're talking about in the Emerald Tablets of Toth. I just realized that. Oh my goodness. And there's a few of them. Like I said, there's a few of them in the crusts. Oh my goodness. Hey Shunka, how are you doing? Go to bed, eat. I'm having revelation after revelation. I gotta go to bed. I've felt a few of those before, and I didn't know what they were. And they're all over the damn place. You can't sleep, huh? I could. I just got done working. I'm sitting here. You know how it goes. Piece of shit together in my head. He was just talking about the Pine Barrens, and I was like, man, driving through there, I got some eerie feelings. There's some weird energy going up and through there, and it reminded me of some places in Louisiana and up. Oh man, I've run into a couple of places up near Leadville, up in that region of Colorado. Okay, I think those might be some of them fields. I don't know. I'm gonna have to start looking into this a little more. Huh. All right. Tomorrow we blow some more glass all day. Today was my day off. Can you tell? Very curious about Mount Shasta. There's a couple of places I'm curious about now, even more so. Very curious. Have I ever gone to the Cosmo? What, for my answers? Yeah, it comes to me a lot. I guess I might want to go there. Okay. I don't think I've ever been to Cosmos. No. Sounds interesting though. Okay. Yeah, the ley lines have been little and inky. They set the lines and the net of heaven and earth and all that. And yeah, I know. There's still so much to look at. There's a lot to look at. Because that leads right into this whole thing where they're networking the electromagnetic energy for fucking recycling. It's fucking nuts. Curved and twist. Oh dear. That sounds like a strong electromagnetic energy there, Shonka. Black Hills, South Dakota, yeah. Mm. So I've been up in there. I've been Bryce and Zion up in there too, all over that area. A couple times with his mom. I want to go up there with him. I wouldn't go across the Hoover Dam though. I had to drive around through the desert. That was my choice. And that's how we ended up out there in the middle of nowhere in Arizona. I've been out to Shiprock and Window Rock. Shiprock, there wasn't nobody there. It was just us during COVID. Me and Seamus. It was a fun trip. Man, we drove out in the middle of fucking desert forever to get out there. I was just driving along out in the highway. I was looking for a main entrance and I just kept seeing these little pull offs into the desert. And I was like, well, I've done this before. So we drove the old beast across the desert for a good hour before we you could see Shiprock from where we went, but I mean we drove through the fucking desert to get there. It was a good couple of miles, 2, 3 miles, maybe. The energy there was a little weird because I think because nobody was fucking there, it was a little eerie. Um, but I hung out on the boulder, smoked the bowl, sat there and looked at that thing. It looks like it could be a huge fucking tree to me. And then the trees laying off to the side of it, laying up as the ridge, and it's just there. It's just a ridge of rock. And I'm like, well, why is that there? You can see the line in the rock just runs like that right beside the old ship rock. They say it was their spaceship or whatever, but I'm telling you, no, the fuck it wasn't. I was there. I seen it. Uh-uh. There may be one under it or near it, but that's no spaceship. Billings, huh? Minnesota. I've been to Wisconsin once myself. I was thinking Milwaukee. I
won't go back. Bad experience.
Idaho's beautiful. Man, my kid got all kinds of colleges sending him shit. I want him to get a scholarship and go to college. He don't want to do it. He wants to blow glass. He's like, no, Dad, I want to blow glass. I'm like, all right, man. Okay. Little house on the prairie. God, that brings back some memories. That's a long time ago, huh? Holy fuck. A long time ago. Make me feel old over here, something. It was pretty flat land. Little house on the prairie, fuck, they could have been in Kansas, probably. Ain't nothing out there. Fields of wheat. Hmm. What was their name? Ingalls, right? Laura Ingalls and Mary, the Ingalls girls, Little House on the Prairie. Isn't that, wasn't that who that was? Fucking. But yeah, I remember that as a kid. And there was the one with John Boy Walton's. Everybody said good night every night. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm hitting the bed. Y'all have a good day.